board does not need an experiment to know what will happen if it offloads to water users its responsibility to protect non-consumptive beneficial uses. That experiment has been running for 30 years, and it has been a disaster. Continuing that experiment through the voluntary agreements will exacerbate the crises we face, not correct them, will further damage ecosystems and fisheries, not restore them, will continue to harm and ignore Delta communities and economies throughout the state that depend on a thriving Bay Delta, not protect them. Unless the board changes course, non-consumptive beneficial uses of water and a wide array of public trust resources will deteriorate or vanish. In the Bay Delta plan, the board must consider more than just the import of single-year water supply or consumption. Instead, the board must balance protection of multiple beneficial uses to allow for consumption of water that benefits farmers, food supply, municipalities, and industries in a way that protects, not harms fish and wildlife, and supports rather than hurts tribes and fishing communities. Balancing and providing reasonable protection requires just that, balance and protection. Closed fisheries, collapsing ecosystems, and restrained recreational opportunities side by side with growing industrial agricultural profits is not balance. Extinction and elimination of beneficial uses is not protection. To begin this much needed course correction, we request that the board instruct staff to create an environmentally preferable alternative that at a minimum supports fish populations that are growing, not declining, and restores habitats and ecosystems that are functional, not permanently impaired. In doing so, the board should provide staff with the resources necessary, adequate personnel, money, and time to complete this task. During this phase of the Bay Delta Plan update, the board and staff have yet to propose an alternative that would appropriately rebalance the existing lopsided nature of water use in San Francisco Bay's watershed. Such an alternative requires two things that are wholly absent from prior and current proposals: actual requirements for reservoir storage and science-based criteria for ensuring in-stream flows occur within a protective adaptive range. First, reservoir storage requirements are needed to ensure adequate cold water upstream and through the Delta to support native fish. But reservoir storage requirements are also necessary to ensure water supply reliability in future years, especially in prolonged potential droughts and the likely hotter, drier conditions likely to accompany a changing climate. Without rules for reservoir storage, there will be no guarantee of protective conditions for fish and wildlife, either flows or temperatures, nor any assurance of future water supply reliability. Second, in order to achieve the viability and salmon protection objectives, it is necessary for the board to craft transparent rules which are science-based so that necessary and sufficient in-stream flows actually occur within the protective range. These rules must tie flows to the natural hydrograph, to reservoir storage, and to metrics of viability rather than to water supply criteria, backward-looking hydrology, or the whims of water users. Baykeeper and our other partner organizations remain ready and willing to work with the board and staff in support of such a proposal and alternative, to do so urgently, and to provide our expertise and experience in whatever ways we can. Such an alternative would better serve fish, wildlife, communities, and the ecosystem than the status quo, or than continuing to rely on water users to put the interests of the public trust, fish, and wildlife ahead of, or even on equal footing with their own members and contractors. As always, I thank you for your time and attention, and we urge you to act not just quickly, but thoughtfully and with appropriate consideration of all beneficial uses to stem the crises facing the Bay Delta and its watershed.
Thank you, Mr. Boucher. Really appreciate your comments and ongoing advocacy and engagement in the Bay Delta Plan update. Certainly, it is a very urgent project for this board, so look forward to being able to circle back on the many topics that you brought up and the balancing that this board is in the middle of doing. So thank you, Mr. Boucher. Appreciate your time this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Marissa, be followed by Ray Tahir.
Yes, hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you, good morning.
My name is Marissa Corey. I am ETA Management Group, LLC. We are a cannabis compliance firm up here in Northern California. We represent multiple cannabis cultivators. A good portion of them have small irrigation use rights. Some have left the business completely and yet have had a very difficult time trying to terminate that small irrigation use right once irrigation has ceased. I'm reaching out to you today to ask you guys to find a way to make it easier for cannabis cultivators who have left the industry to revoke their water rights for irrigation that they are no longer using. I have clients that have been asked to bulldoze ponds and fill them completely so that the pond can no longer hold water before the small irrigation use right will be terminated. I have had farms close up shop, remove all cultivation infrastructure, remove all diversion infrastructure. We have sent pictures, we have invited site visits, but yet the bills still come. Every year the bill comes, and the bills get more expensive every year. These cultivators have left the industry because they've been bankrupted, and yet the bills still come. I have spent over 2 years on one particular client trying to revoke a small irrigation use right, and that revocation request keeps getting refused because the diversion still exists. It still exists because it is registered domestic water right for residents. It is impossible to remove the diversion without removing the ability for that person to have clean, safe drinking water in their home. Aside from that, we have now received about 12 notices to comply from the Department of Cannabis Control for people who have non-jurisdictional water sources such as groundwater wells and rainwater catchment only reservoirs. These people are now being told that they need to get a small irrigation use right, even though CDFW has deemed the pond off stream or the well to be hydrologically disconnected. And rather than reaching out to the licensee themselves, the water board decided to go to the DCC and have the DCC issue notices of violation. That occurred at the beginning of September of 2025. It is now almost the end of October of 2025. All of those notice to comply responses are now overdue, as they were due in 30 days. And unfortunately, we have had a very difficult time trying to get any resolution from the water board. Aside from telling all these people that they need a small irrigation use right for their non-jurisdictional water source, the burden of proving that the water source is non-jurisdictional is on the farmers. Even if they have documentation, including documentation from the water board themselves, deeming the water source non-jurisdictional. We have run into nothing but roadblocks and emails that say that they are going to talk to management and get back to us. Every one of these people are now in violation of their cannabis cultivation licenses because the water board decided to give them violations for something that they don't actually need at all. I am reaching out to you today to please help aid the cannabis cultivators that are still in the industry stay in the industry, and allow those who have left the industry to leave your water board programs so that they can stop bleeding money they shouldn't even be having to pay to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. I really do appreciate you elevating your concerns here to the board. I'll be circling back with our staff, and I know we have our cannabis program within Division of Water Rights, and I don't know if Mr. Ekdahl, you wanted to make any comment, but if not, no, it's something, Marissa, really do appreciate you flagging and elevating here to the board during public forum.
Just really quickly, we'll follow up with Division of Water Rights staff, and thank you for alerting us to the concerns and issues, and hopefully we can address this relatively quickly. I will note that sometimes the pond issue is complicated, and we do work with other partner agencies in addressing those ponds, which many times, and again, I don't want to imply that that's the case here, but we're built without permitting, and now we're trying to figure out how to kind of remediate the building of that pond as the closure occurs. So something we'll follow up on, and we'll keep in touch.
Thank you. Much appreciation, Mr. Ekdahl. And thank you again, Marissa. All right. Our last public forum commenter will be Ray Tahir.
Good morning, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Board members. This will be short and sweet this time around. In any case, could you advance the next slide, please? At the last meeting, Chair Esquivel appeared annoyed because he felt I'm continuing a back and forth concerning ex parte communication. Mr. Loeffler has also claimed my presentations are counterproductive. I know they are for him because they put him on a hot seat. I apologize for this, but it's necessary to the public interest. This could simply go away by responding to the questions listed at the end of my presentation, some of which I've asked before. board should also direct Mr. Loffer to stop being evasive and resorting to brief verification. It doesn't get us anywhere. At the last board meeting shown below, I presented two versions of ex parte disclosure requirements, one issued by the state board and one by the regional board. They are in conflict. Next slide, please. Okay, and here are those two separate issues. Next slide, please. Now, the question that must be answered is which version is legal and legally valid and why? I believe both are flawed. The state's version includes the title general orders, but if I am right, based on Mr. Loffer's hopefully forthcoming honest response, a general order has no legal validity. The regional board's version is also flawed because in this title, it uses the term general permit. But below, there is a reference to general orders, making it incongruent and effectively invalidating it. Regarding disclosure, it relates to CII permits, which Mr. Loffer believes is not subject to the impermissible ex parte communication because it is an enrollment type of permit. This is only his opinion, based on his reading of 132887, which lacks definition of an enrollment type permit, which I believe he invented. In any case, I asked Mr. Loffer to inform the regional board that the CII permit is not subject to impermissible ex parte communication because it is an enrollment permit. I wanted to know this so I could submit comments to the board prior to the public hearing in November. And this is another question that must be responded to. Next slide. Okay, here are the summary of questions that require response from the board. When was the term general order legally adopted, and if so, by whom and when? Who specifically wrote 13287 with its obvious intention to deny the legislative intent of SB 965? Why did the state board ignore SB 965's legislative intent to exempt MS4 and other stormwater permits from impermissible ex parte communication? Who specifically wrote the bracketed decisions that were placed over 13287? Why did the state board ignore SB 965's legislative intent to exempt MS4 and other stormwater permits from impermissible ex parte communication? Which version of the above said that ex parte disclosure requirements, the one that includes the general orders, a state's version, or the one that includes the general permits, the regional board variation? Next slide, please. Actually, could you back it up one? So here's the solution that I have. Finally, it's obvious there's a problem with the term general order that needs to be fixed. There is a simple fix that I can share with the board. Hint, do a resolution. I can even help you write it. For that to happen, Mr. Loffer will need to admit that there is a problem. And that's all I have. I'm glad that this is a shorter event this time around. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, it's good to hear from you, Mr. Tahir. I apologize if it seemed annoyed. It's more just exasperation because I feel these questions have been answered both in public and over the course of a number of emails. I know at the last meeting, I said we wouldn't necessarily be responding further since your questions are there and laid out, and I think healthy for everyone in the record. Mr. Loffer, if you don't mind responding to those questions, and then if you have disagreement with those answers, Mr. Tahir, I think at that point, instead of trying to convince the board that Mr. Loffer is wrong and continue to appear before us, I think you should ensure that you elevate to the legislature or others, because again, I think we've exhausted this discussion. But Mr. Loffer, for one last time, perhaps.
Sure, and it would help me if Ms. Argel would put that slide of questions back up just so I can go through them seriatim. And I want to be clear as I go through this. I do try to answer Mr. Tahir's questions in a straightforward way, both in public forum, and at times I've found it much more efficient just to do it in writing. Many of these questions have already been answered before, and they've been answered plainly. His first question is where general order was legally adopted. I'm getting the question slightly off there. I think I first answered this question back on December 18th, 2024, with a very plain statement in an email that general order is not part of Water Code Section 13287. Instead, there are 4 different sections and a requirement that the order not, or the action of the regional board not name specific dischargers, but instead allow enrollment.
And then I've consistently said in 4 other forms of communication, 2 written, emails, 2 letters, as well as during these public forum responses, that general order is used as shorthand. And in fact, the first place it appears in the Q&A, we list the various actions, which include waste discharge requirements under 13263, waste discharge requirements under 13377, which is our NPDES permits, general conditional waivers under 13269, and water quality certifications, all those actions, and then parenthetically put after them general orders indicating moving forward, that's how we're going to use this as shorthand. So it's not a legally adopted term. It is a shorthand used by the state board to avoid having to repeat everything that's in 13287. And Mr. Tahir, that was said plainly in that December 18th, 2024 email. Who specifically wrote 13287? I have no idea who wrote it. It is the legislature that enacted it. It is the product of many people. The author, Senator Wright, lobbyists, no doubt, for Senator Wright. But this question continues to repeat something that is fundamentally disconnected in the conversations we have with Mr. Tahir. Bills are introduced with an intent. In order to get them through the legislature at times, they are amended. Before the Water Board had any involvement with Water Code Section, I don't even remember what the precursor was, but with Senate Bill 965, the Senate Environmental Quality Committee told Senator Wright the bill would not move forward in its current form. So Senator Wright, at a hearing back in 2012, proposed that he would amend the bill and narrow its scope. That changes the game. You don't look at that original intent. You look at what the legislature actually adopted. So Senator Wright was the one that said he would narrow it down to general permits. That changed from the original intent. And Mr. Tahir has the communications. There was an outreach from the Senate Environmental Quality Committee meeting. We have been very forthright about this, and we have given him the answers that showed the technical assistance provided by the State Water Board to capture what is a general permit. And that's what you see that was codified in Water Code Section 13287 that names those 4 actions and then says that the action of the board does not name specific dischargers, but instead allows enrollment. So I can't answer who actually authored it or wrote it because a lot of people did. The legislature enacted it, and the board has been consistent in implementing what the legislature enacted. And that essentially answers the next question as well. The legislative intent, I've never seen a document that said it was about exempting MS4 and stormwater permits. But at the same time, Senator Wright was the one that narrowed the bill to general permits. I will note that some MS4 permits, this has been in numerous communications with Mr. Tahir, some MS4 permits, including the state board's general MS4 permit for small MS4 dischargers, is subject to the provisions of 13287, allowing for disclosure. Almost all other stormwater permits are general permits under Water Code Section 13377, and they are subject to the disclosure provisions of 13287. Then the next question is just who specifically wrote the bracketed definitions? We've been pretty clear about this, I think, in at least 4 or 5 communications. The bracketed definitions, which the front of the Porter Cologne book says, are editorial headings designed to assist the reader, are authored by the state board. Specifically, they're from the Office of Chief Counsel. They've been there since early 2002 or 2003, I believe. We update them when new code sections are added. And for Mr. Tahir's benefit, I think we've been consistent about that. But I will say, I think I was the one that put in the bracketed heading for Water Code Section 13287. And I will note, as it has been said in at least 3 communications, that there isn't a bracketed definition there. Those headings instead are a roadmap. They say definitions because there are definitions in 13287, followed by disclosure requirements, which is the next thing that appears in that heading. And then the third thing is remedies. So they are not definitions. They are not the law. They've never been relied upon. The next bullet is just a repeat. And then the final bullet, in terms of the perceived difference between what the LA board and the state board is doing. First of all, Mr. Tahir had a slide last go around that said they were mutually exclusive. They're not. General orders, as I have said in written communications and oral communications to Mr. Tahir, encompass those 4 different actions that are identified within 13287, waste discharge requirements that are in PDS permits, water quality certifications, and conditional waivers. We used at the state board, and I in the Q&A document used the concept general orders because all of those are adopted as orders. In the regional board situation, They were actually dealing with a general permit. It was an NPDES permit under Water Code Section 13377. So they decided to modify the heading for it to general permits. Totally appropriate, nothing wrong with that. And what ultimately governs, of course, is the language of 13287. And the action that was at issue there was the CII permit, which is a general permit that doesn't name any specific parties, but instead allows the entities covered by it to seek enrollment. And we've been very consistent in answering that question and have always said that the CII permit, both the regional board and myself, are governed by Water Code Section 13287.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loffer. I do appreciate you being responsive to Mr. Tahir's questions again here. And Mr. Tahir, thank you for your time this morning.
Oh, and thank you very much for the response. I
Okay.
wish though Mr. Loffer would send the regional board a memo
Mr.
saying that the CII permit is an enrollment type of permit and therefore is not subject to impermissible ex parte communication. That would be very helpful.
So again,
Thank you.
I'll just say on this point, and there's a problem with the language that Mr. Tahir uses there, and so and it's been a point of frustration. Impermissible ex parte communication. That's not what the Water Code talks about. It talks about, for these actions covered by 13287, it adopts a disclosure type model at certain points in times. And I'm not sure what Mr. Tahir is referring to when he says that. I've asked him on multiple occasions. You can have
What's exempt from ex parte communication? That's what it boils down to. A rose by any other name is a rose, Michael. Come on, man.
Well, the issue, Mr. Tahir, is for Water Code Section 13287, there is a disclosure requirement.
Which is
that the ex
vague.
parte communications have to be disclosed. Okay. Well,
anyway, I have a solution to all this.
Mr. Tahir, thank you.
Provide a definition of general order through a resolution and make that distinction between a general order and a general permit. That's how you clear it up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tahir. Again, I appreciate Mr. Loffer, your responses, and we're not going to get into too much of a back and forth here in public forum. So thank you. All right, we do have one additional commenter and like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and good morning to you and the board members. This is Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. In September, the governor tried to push through a trailer bill that would have exempted water quality control plans from CEQA. Fortunately, it failed. And shortly thereafter, the Bay Delta Plan Phase 2 hearing that was scheduled for September 24th and 25th was postponed, suggesting to me that the Water Board might have been expecting to not have to conduct sufficient environmental review and wasn't prepared. The Bay Delta is arguably the most critical ecosystem in California, but there was an attempt to exempt the Bay Delta Plan from CEQA review. I find this shocking. This past Saturday, 7 million Americans participated in No Kings demonstrations across the country. Governor Newsom wants to be the king of California water, and he's putting a lot of pressure on you to ignore facts and science and adopt voluntary agreements. Voluntary agreements that would fail to meet the objectives of the Bay Delta Plan. Water's a public trust resource. It belongs to the people of California, not the governor. I hope you'll assert your independence and base your decisions on science and not political expediency. The Bay Delta ecosystem is on life support, and your strong leadership is needed now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Appreciate your comments and do know, yes, very much this board is premised its decisions off of science and importantly, information. I just do want to make a note, characterizing a CEQA exemption for water quality control plan updates as, gutting or being harmful to the public interest, I don't think is exactly fair, knowing that the balancing that the board does, our authorities are rested in Port Cologne. That's where the board's authorities rest to be able to do the appropriate balancing, to be able to account for all beneficial uses and ensure that we are being equitable here within our decision making. CEQA is a disclosure law. As you know, if you lose on a CEQA case, say on the Bay Delta Plan for the board, it doesn't make for a stronger proposal. The remedy isn't additional balancing because that's not where the authorities for the board to do its balancing lie. So I would note that when you look at federal law, Any of the regulatory work done under the Clean Water Act in order to improve conditions are exempt from NEPA. And I think that it provides what is here important, sometimes streamlining certainly to the decision-making and the improvements in the watershed that the board is looking to do. So I appreciate your comments. Do know that the board, again, has incredible urgency when it comes to the Bay Delta Plan update, and look forward to what I know will be further discussion on that. So thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. All right, I think that wraps up our public forum commenters. Thank you, Ms. Tyler. Thank you for all the commenters. It is very helpful for this board to ensure that we are hearing from the public, whether there's concerns out there or otherwise issues to flag. It's really appreciated for folks that come and address the board here. So thank you. All right, that now brings us to our first item of board business, which would be consideration of the board meeting minutes from the October 7th board meeting. Looking to my fellow board colleagues if they have any amendments, adjustments, or ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to move item 1. Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes are adopted. That brings us next to item number 2, which is uncontested item. Looking to the clerk if it's still uncontested. Okay, we have a speakers, if necessary, listed from, I believe, Richard Thomaser.
Yes, good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Rick Thomaser, I'm the district manager for the Napa County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. The district's been designing and constructing the Napa River Flood Project for over 25 years, and instrumental in the success of this project has been the support and involvement and permit oversight by Water Board staff. And through this action today, we seek to continue this collaboration, and we seek your support and approval of the resolution in this matter. And I can take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Thomaser. Appreciate your comment. I don't think we'll do a presentation on this, and just looking to see in case any board members have any questions. But then otherwise, I think we may be ready for a vote.
I'll make a motion to move item 2.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item is adopted. And thank you, Mr. Thomaser, for the support and your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have an informational item, and we'll hear from the Division of Water Rights on our launch of our new Cal Water system. Very much excited for this item, and give a moment for folks to get up here. And as we know very well at this board and have heard this morning, the administration of water rights and the decision-making in the space is so incredibly important. And so just really at the top, want to give my thanks and acknowledgement and appreciation for what is, I know, just an incredibly significant project here at the board for the state. And it's on budget and on time. So not bad. But please, not to steal the thunder, but look to Mr. Parks and Mr. Vandenberg and team.
Thank you, Board Chair. Good morning, board members. We're going to discuss today the California Water Accounting Tracking and Reporting System that has been built over the last couple years under a process that has been for the last 4 years. I'm going to let the others introduce themselves, starting with Juliet.
Hi, everyone. I am Juliet Christian-Smith, the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Rights, and I am so new I don't even have a tag yet.
Greeting members of the board, Brent Vanderberg, Supervising Geologist in our Division of Water Rights. I'm the Upward Project Director and Governor's Innovation Fellow.
And I'm Julia Nick with the Office of Chief Counsel.
And,
Good to see you all this morning. And ask and you shall receive, Ms.
Yeah.
Christian-Smith.
And I'm a senior engineer in the division. And we may also hear from Chief Deputy Director Ekdahl, who was Deputy Director for Water Rights during a lot of this. So next slide, please. And I'll try to make this somewhat painless because there's a lot to talk about here, but I think also a lot of people have heard the backgrounds. Next slide. This started with a need, and the biggest need was it came from curtailments, or at least it was exacerbated by curtailments and our need to move fast with data. Three parts of this shown here that were the issues. A lot of our records are physical. Our current database was at the end of its life cycle. It was built in 2005, 2006, and we have constantly changing conditions. Next slide, please. So what were we looking to do? We need to get faster, more accurate, more transparent data for us to make informed decisions. Part of this is efficiency, which is, a hot button topic right now, but we're doing our version of efficiency and also trying to make easier access for both our own staff and the public at large. Next slide, please. So this was under the umbrella of a project that was called Upward, which is updating water rights data. This was funded in 2021 and 2022. That funding did a couple different things. It provided staff, which created our data governance team and also added staff to our Division of Information Technology. It also got us a contract with Gartner that helped us with project management and contracting support. And then the contract for the actual build that we did, which is what 43 million of that went to, was with Deloitte, and they were our system integrator who built this new product. Next slide, please. Our goals to address this modernization, again, fell into three big things. Replace our current system, which was eRIMS, but it was a lot more. All our water right data systems, including what staff use to manage the data and what reporters use to report their annual reports to us, were very antiquated. Cal Waters replaces that. Digitization is an ongoing project that sits aside and in tandem with Cal Waters. This is an ongoing thing that will be digitizing our records room over the next 7 years. And as those are made available, they will be able to be found and discovered in Cal Waters itself. And then the last part, as I already covered, is the creation of the teams to manage this going forward. It's not just about building this project, but maintaining it and continuing it forward. In a lot of ways, we just completed a thing. And another way, we're just at the start of a thing at the same time. Next slide, please. So this is the general timeline. I won't go over it too much, except that we officially kicked off in March of 2023, and we had a live system ready by July of 2025. We deprecated the old system in June of 2025, and we're just about to activate in reporting for the first time in the new system starting tomorrow. As Chair Esquivel said, this contract was on time and under budget, which is no small feat for any state office, but it took a lot of time and management for everyone up here to maintain that. And we were able to apply those cost savings back to the project to provide enhancements. Next slide. So I'm going to go really quickly over some screenshots of what is in the new system. Next slide. So this is the landing page for the new public system. One of the distinguishers is in the old system, the main thing the public could do was search for records. The new system, it does that, but it provides a lot more on top of that. And for the first time, water right reporters have a place to log in with their own account to see all their records at one place and perform any of their services with the Division of Water Rights. That did not exist before. Next slide. So just, an example, there's the searches, and this did exist in a previous system, but it's connected to a much more refined database now. Next slide. An example of the GIS side of things. So we have an updated GIS search screen where people can look for water rights in a variety of ways. They can filter by owner. If they know what water right they're looking for, they can find it quickly and zoom in and see where it is. You can also search for a general area and find water rights the same way. A very common question we get from the public is, I'm buying a property, I know the APN. Do I have a water right? Are there water rights related to my property? Which is a complicated question, but this gives them an opportunity to quickly look up where they are and figure that out. That potentially is a huge efficiency saving just on staff for the public to be able to find this quickly themselves. Next slide, please. Nested within the GIS interface is a new way to view things. So not only can you find where the water rights are, but the data behind the water rights is also immediately available. There's an example of looking at the details of a specific water right where it not only shows the information about it, but you can go into and see a graph of what has been reported in any given year. This is a level of interaction the public has with our data that they never had before. It took people going through flat files of information themselves and having to create graphs and other visualizations. This information is also downloadable directly from these screens. Next slide, please. For water right holders or people applying for new water rights, they are also able to plot the features of their water right directly in the system. Most of this applies to people applying for new things, but staff also have the ability to request this for existing water right holders to provide updated information about where they are, where they divert from, where their place of use is, and other geospatial features. This is a huge improvement and also will lead to the division to be able to review our regulations to see where some of our regulations are outdated and where we can provide improvements for the public and efficiencies for the public to not have to hire surveyors to provide this information to the board when they can now go in and draw this directly within the system. Next slide, please. And this is an example of a water right holder able to see all their water rights in one place. When they create an account, it links them and everything related to them. So they now have a place to file changes of ownership, to file their annual reports, to contact the division otherwise directly from that water right within the system. Next slide, please. The nexus with digitized documents. These are findable within the system. And this, you do not need to have an account to do this. A lot of these search informations are available directly from our base system. This is an example, just searching the keyword Navarro River. And you can see that it pulled up 52,000 documents right now. Our digitization process is ongoing. The number of records that are in our digitized repository will continue to grow, but you can see there's already a significant amount of documents in there just in this one search. I believe right now there are 250,000 digitized documents in the system and available, and that will grow over the next couple of years. Next slide, please. And I should have mentioned that those documents also are not only viewable, but downloadable, so people can create their own, not that this is meant to replace Public Records Act requests, but this hopefully will aid the public in not having to make them at first, and at least be able to find documents that in the past required driving to Sacramento or making a direct request to our records room to compile a scan for them. This is an example of improvements on the staff side. So this wasn't only a new system for the public, the staff side of the system was completely redone as well. It's built on Salesforce. It provides staff with a lot of new features. And this is one example where every email that comes to our help email system is automatically created as a case within the staff side, which means that we can no longer lose help requests. They're in the system, they're an official record, we can assign them to staff to deal with. Managers can overview it and be able to see what has been responded to, what that response was, and things that are falling behind as far as responses. There are a lot of other things within the staff side like this that allow staff and managers within the Division of Water Rights a whole new level of tracking for what we do, and I think will lead to a lot of really interesting improvements in the future. Next slide, please. And I'm going to pause there just real quick to see if there's any questions on the system itself before I go into talking about the engagement piece.
Just a lot of appreciation. Insofar as this investment in our water rights system is a significant one in our data systems generally, and we don't have a lot of resources often for investing in our data systems, our information systems, which are the foundation of all the decision making that goes on here. So when we received these funds, when we were first contemplating this project, I knew it was really important and shared a vision here. I know with leadership that we needed to make sure that this system didn't just live as a silo amongst our other systems, but we were really thinking about how this investment can float the rest of the boats, if you will, within the water boards. And just want to give an acknowledgement. The here example of the case management system alone, I think is the type of tool that we need a lot more of across our programs. And I just really appreciate the opportunity we have here to ensure that this investment, of course, not just contributes to the water rights and decision-making and space that we have, but is contributing to overall the capacity of the water boards to be a 21st century modern regulatory agency. So just huge shout out and thanks to that.
And I'll touch on this towards the end, but we also took a big risk in this project. We had funding available. It happened to have been a budget surplus year when we got this funding. That is no longer the case. We cannot be assured that we will get this opportunity again. So we took a risk by updating everything. We could have just updated one piece of our system and then put the others off for another time. Instead, we chose to do everything at once and completely rebuild everything from the ground up. That will take some learning curve for people to use, including our own staff. They're still going through that, but it will ultimately end up with something that we can actually do modern procedures off of, which we couldn't have done without this project overall, but also without taking that risk and completely overhauling what we have.
Yeah, really taking a step back and understanding what is going to be the modern framework for other systems that will come in and take that opportunity to really give it that good think and give us our best opportunity. Again, it's not an area we're over-resourced in the least. And, I think of that, $60 million investment. If we tried to raise fees on water right holders in order to develop that resource to get this done, we wouldn't have been able to. And so, it is not, again, lost on me how just critical the work has been and how inspiring it has been, I feel, to other programs and seeing, what we can really grow into.
Next slide, please. And so we did maintain various engagement with the public throughout this. In specific, we created a user advisory group, which was made up of members across the spectrum of our water right holders or entities interested and involved in water rights. We held 5 meetings over the time that this build was happening, and they were kept in the loop as far as we present what currently was being built and then provide space for advice on how that build is going. That tenure is over. It was a 2-year tenure, but we just met with them last week. That was our final meeting with them, and we've got a lot of feedback that they would like to continue to see how the product is developing. And so we're looking to meet with them less formally next year after reporting season, this first reporting season is finished, to check in again and see where are we at, where can we improve. Next slide, please. On top of that, so the system was live in July, but we did not make that widely advertised because there were still enhancements and some last minute finishing work that we were doing, but we did invite water right holders that asked to get into the system then. We gave them access, so they had their real account set up at that time, and this included approximately 20 organizations, our large agent consultants that involved with our water rights, but also some water districts. And I think we've got a lot of really great feedback during that time of just how things were, and hopefully, and we may hear from someone in comments, but hopefully they will have seen that we, even just among those couple months, we did improve the system, and this will be a continuing process of improving this system. Next slide, please. So what is coming very soon? The annual reporting season has started. It goes from October 1st and is due, well, It traditionally opens in October. That's the end of the water year ends at the end of September, and so people can start filing annual reports with us. Annual reports are due by the end of January every year. We have not opened annual reporting yet in the new system. We have it scheduled to open tomorrow. Part of that is primary owners and agents need to receive information for us on how to join the new system. And it's really two things. They need to create an account in the system, and then they also will have a PIN that links what we know of them to that account they created. A lot of this will be consolidating a lot of information into one place, because not only is it their opportunity to see everything in one place, there's data discrepancies over time just due to age of databases where we have multiple versions of people. This will consolidate that. People will be receiving letters as early as next week. Next slide, please. And also note, a lot of this is a one-time process. This is not an every year thing. Once people are in the system and their records are properly linked to their Cal Water's accounts, they're done. They're ready to file and do annual reports each year and do any other online services with us. A lot of this is that learning curve again of just entering this new system. We have public workshops scheduled. We have an online one that we are hosting on November 12th. There are some other targeted outreaches that have been scheduled. We're working with groups that already have meetings that we can come to, and some of these are in person. We have one in Aden, one in Ukiah coming up in November that we'll be going to, and at those we'll actually have staff there ready to help diverters join the system live if they have not done so already, if they need help with that. In all of these, we'll be demonstrating the system overall and how water right holders will be using it. And we're also encouraging people to reach out to us if they want to schedule an event. I think we already have some added. I advise looking at our website, our Cal Water's website. I think one was just added yesterday, and those will continue to grow. Next slide, please. The other part of this is large organizations have a lot of new features available. Any organizations have a lot of new features available. So not only are people able to see all their records in one place, for organizations, they can additionally have multiple employees all managing records under that organization. And they will all have their own accounts. There's no more sharing of passwords or accounts. Everyone can have their individual accounts, but it's linked to the same thing. Everyone sees the same thing. This is a big change, and it may require some setup because staff cannot always make the decision on what makes sense for any given organization. So we are working as fast as possible to do individual onboarding. These have been ongoing since August, and will probably continue throughout the next few months of getting organizations connected, in which sometimes we can handle by email, sometimes it's a meeting that we hold with them. We're more than willing to reach out as resources allow. Next slide. And that kind of leads to the guidance and support piece of this. To be very frank, we moved fast. 2 years doesn't seem like fast, but for any kind of development of a new system, that is lightning speed, and especially to have it ready. That means that, we did everything in our power to make this a rounded and working system. There will be bugs that people will find. There will be places where it's not ideal. It works, but that could work better in certain ways. So we're always looking for people as they use this new system and join this year, tell us what can be improved. It may take us some time to make those improvements, but we will make them, and we have those on a list. We have our contractor on board to continue to make improvements for us over the next couple of years. The other part of this is staffing. As always, we will do the best we can with the staffing we have. Part of this is we are ramping up based on when people usually report. We understand that we've heard feedback that people are a little frustrated that annual reporting has not started yet. It traditionally starts early in October. We don't actually have a requirement of when to start annual reporting, but we're still trying to be sensitive that people are used to it starting first thing in October. Most people report in January, and we are targeting a lot of our help resources to sync with that. So we're expecting a huge push in January and having commiserate staff to actually handle that. But even with that, we're just asking people to be patient. This is a change for both staff and the public at the same time. I'll also say that, we are equally looking to be understanding when it comes to people attempting to file their annual reports. To the best of our ability, we will consider this if there is any issues as people, are either having trouble or unable to file their reports by January. We'll take them case by case as always, but we are attempting to be as understanding as possible given that this new system is happening at the same time as annual reporting. Next slide, please. So again, any questions from the board or anything that I missed that Eric or others want to include?
I'll weigh in a little bit more. One of the exciting things about the new system is, and Jeff touched on this multiple times, but it allows us to ask what if, or how could we do things differently in a way that just never was available to us before. And so as an example, one of the areas that I'm kind of particularly interested in, the new system is going to require an email. And I think we've talked about this before. And we've gotten questions, well, why do we need an email? How does that help? But what it does allow us to do is it allows us to facilitate communication with diverters in a way that saves us money, it saves the ratepayers money, and it saves the general fund money. Instead of having to actually send a physical letter every time a late report occurs, we can use the email and email them the next day. That's a pretty significant step forward, and over time is going to be an immense efficiency across the board. It's not going to happen the first year. The first year is going to be getting people into the system, getting them registered, having that email added, but it's the out years, 2, 3, 4 years out, where this really will start to come into play. I think the other example, we talk a lot about groundwater recharge in other settings, and how will this new system actually start to help other projects across the board, not just compliance and enforcement, but actually facilitate the work that the board does. And there was recently legislation enacted Water Code Section 1242.1, which is diversion of flood flows without having to obtain a water right. But there's a lot of questions. Well, when does that trigger kick in? How do I know if I'm allowed to divert under that scenario? And there's a lot of nuances and kind of steps that occur at the local level before we would even be involved. But now, if we know that a flood emergency has been declared, we can do a stream trace. It's one of the tools in the new system. We can identify every water right holder and their email downstream of that point within a certain reach, and we can email them that night and say, hey, under 1242.1, there is an emergency flood declaration. You could potentially divert flood flows without a water right. And it gets much closer to this kind of real-time water rights management system. Again, it's not going to happen this year, but maybe a year or two out, or even this year, we get to February, March, we'll have a good, robust set of water rights. We'll have a good, robust set of emails. We don't know that we're going to have rain such the point where we get floods, but it at least gives us these tools that we can start to point to. So there's all kinds of these things kind of embedded throughout the system. It will take time for us to learn them. The staff onboarding, Jeff showed the one slide that showed the staff tools. I think he undersold it a little bit. It was a ton of new information, new abilities, new tools that even internally, it's going to take us a while to learn. But once we do, it's going to open up even additional pathways. So just a lot to look forward to, kind of iterative steps forward. I also want to just take a time to thank Jeff specifically and Brent, but Jeff as the product owner. He has been the point person for working with our contractor, working with individual reporters, working with our GIS team, working with our IT team. And I want to thank our IT team as well, because we have never attempted anything like this at the board. And so making sure Kieran Kesredi and her team, Corey Dickman and others, really stepped in a way that made this project work. And so numerous thanks all around. I hope I didn't leave anyone out, not intentionally, but yeah, I'll stop there.
You're here. Thank you for that. It is definitely taken an entire team here at the water boards, and just so much learning I know that has gone on. I know there's often a lot of discussion around the desire for markets around water and its management, and being able to better allow water right holders to have movement and help that and that be a tool to help with scarcity. We don't get that without a water rights system to be able to base that market off of and having data and transparency around it. So, the investment here is, to your point, just incredibly fundamental. And we did try to future-proof it. You all did incredible work to really think, how do we maximize these, as Jeff pointed out, just rare dollars, truly, in the sense of, budget cycles and opportunity here. And so there's a lot to grow into. And I think that that's where, I just really appreciate it. Really feels a foundation for the 21st century, if you will, for us here. And just thank you for those points. Really appreciate it. And to your point, Mr. Akhtal, as well, the technical side is important and it can be difficult. It's the human side is the hardest, is the culture change associated with then a new data system. And so really appreciate the leadership you all have exemplified in thinking of that by ensuring that we have an advisory committee, that we're bringing folks along, that we know that this is all as much a culture change as it is a technological one. So just thank you for just the combined leadership. I'll keep thanking throughout this entire item. Vice Chair.
Well, I've just been looking forward to today for some time. I know we all have, and I too want to chime in and thank you all because it's the devil's in the detail, and in order to gain the trust, folks are just going to have to know that this system is working correctly, that it's accurate, that they can rely on it. And then we can get to that next level. I just really appreciate Mr. Akhtal, the vision. It's not just about curtailments and enforcement. It's about where this system can help take us. And so anything you all can do to help message and ask assistance of that advisory committee to help them message, because oftentimes it's going to be those messengers that really help to gain greater acceptance, farm bureaus and organizations like that. And I'm just warning you, Mr. Park, I've already sent some messages out about your offer for scheduling events, because I think that, I used to work for Farm Bureau years ago, and going to those meetings, that's where you see the folks, with the boots on the ground, and that's where the buzz happens. And so I think you attending meetings like that, county fairs, providing an opportunity, where folks are actually out there, that'll help to make a big difference. And just really looking forward to future reports on water rights reporting and where this system can take us. Thank you.
Here. Thank you, Vice Chair. Looking to other board members for questions and comments. We have a handful of commenters as well. Board Member McGuire.
I'll just pile on and add to the accolades. I don't think I have too much to add other than I've been over the years a user of eRIMS, and I wish it well in its next life. But there's a time where we need to move forward, and I just really applaud the commitment and the integrity and pushing to get this done. I think you're absolutely right that this easily could have taken many more years than it actually did. And so to be here today, to actually see that there's a system that's live, that's operational, despite the fact and the acknowledgement that there's going to be bumps in the road and bugs and things to fix, that's normal for any new IT system. It's really a cool place to be. And also just recognizing that we have a lot of data systems at the Water Board in other programs and water quality and drinking water. And so there's another unique opportunity here, which is to be able to leverage this tool and the investments that are being made into other systems that are also outdated. And so I'm excited to see where Cal Waters and the Upward program generally and how it was deployed is able to be utilized elsewhere within the Water Board. So thank you for all your work.
And we have actually started a network of board system development where we're talking with drinking water, we're talking with DWQ. So we're keeping everyone working on similar modernizations in the same kind of chat group to make sure that we're touching bases and making sure they're learning from our lessons learned and hopefully progressing faster based on that. So
Here. Thank you. Seeing no other comment for now, let's go ahead and go to our commenters. And John, on the platform, I do see your hand up, and you're here in the queue, so hopefully that works. Let's first go to Aaron Woolley, be followed by Pat New, Marissa, Ryan Becerra, and then John.
Good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the board. My name is Erin Woolley. I'm with the Union of Concerned Scientists. I will be brief. I just wanted to congratulate you for this achievement. Creating a modern water rights reporting system and a public dashboard that makes that information accessible to the public is a huge task, but it's an important one. Reliable data is foundational to this board being able to make informed decisions about the management of water, which is such a critical resource for everyone in this state, and has never been more difficult than in this moment when we have rapidly changing climate impacts. I know the board has been working on this project as well as parallel efforts around updating reporting requirements and improving the quality of data that it has. And I just am very impressed by the Cal Water system so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing even more as this continues to grow and improve over the years. So thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciation, Ms. Woolley. Appreciate the acknowledgement and your contributions and advocacy here all amongst it. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Pat New, be followed by Marissa, Ryan Becerra, and then John.
Is the mic on already?
It is.
Okay.
It is. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, other board members, appreciate the opportunity to just give a couple comments. I'm just going to make some brief remarks about this year's reporting deadline. Start by saying that the efforts undertaken by staff have been great. I've been involved in the advisory group, and they've been helpful letting us into the system early. I think it's well on its way to being very useful. But I do want to kind of acknowledge. So today's October 21st. Reports will become available tomorrow. Historically, they've been available on October 1st. And so we have, a condensing of the reporting deadline or reporting period for this year. We just feel that the board should give some consideration to extending the deadline, or at least kind of, making some changes on what they consider late reports. There are, it's not just that we have a condensed reporting period this year. We're using a new system for the first time, and there's additional information that needs to be submitted in this system that we have to go out and get, and we don't know exactly what all of that is until the reports come out starting tomorrow. Normally a condensed reporting period wouldn't be too big of a deal, but I think the compounding variables this year make it a little tough. And it's one thing to not take action against late reports. It's another thing to, change what you define as late reports. There's optics involved with being a late reporter. Larger diverters and others face scrutiny for being late. And so I think some leniency from the board there would be appreciated by, a lot of water users. I really think that's kind of the extent of my comments. Just would appreciate some leniency and consideration by the board there. Again, great job by the staff on development of this program. So thank you.
Thank you, Pat. I appreciate those comments and your contributions to the advisory committee and just the entire space here. I appreciate the comment on trying to give some official, flexibility on the back end, not just say discretion on our enforcement authority. Just looking, Mr. Ekdahl, do we have discretion on being able to officially, delay the closing of the period?
We don't, but this is an issue that's been brought up by Mr. New and a couple of others a couple of times. And I just want to address that. I think there's a false equivalency going on. Historically, we opened the reporting period in early October, as Jeff noted, but it was never exactly October 1st, right? There was always some flex in it. The reporting deadline is February 1st. And so the argument that, by missing 3-ish weeks at the front of the year, that the additional 4 months isn't sufficient to collect that data was an argument that we didn't think was really valid or resonated with staff, at least. We also don't have discrepancy or the ability to change that reporting deadline. What we do have, though, is significant leeway on what happens after that reporting deadline. We do have late fees. Those late fees don't even kick in for 30 days after that reporting deadline. So you already get kind of a bonus month anyway. Historically, we've gotten about 55% compliance rate as of February 1st. And hopefully, again, next year when we have the emails, we'll be able to get a little bit better over time. We get about another 10% reported in February. And we've gone back and looked, and historically, the larger diverters have never really reported in October. And in fact, I think we went and looked, and we've gotten about 120 people that have reported in October over the last couple of years. This is about 40,000 water rights. So 0.12% or even lower typically report in this time. We think there's still plenty of time for very complicated water rights to pull that data together, to work with staff, to report on time. But even if they need a little bit more time after that February 1st deadline, there's that additional 30-month kind of build-in period. So appreciate the comments. There are new things in it, but again, we do believe that based on a lot of feedback from people who have tested out the system, when they get in and start using it, it actually is much easier than I think they anticipate. It's much easier than the old system, and it will be relatively straightforward. And I hesitate to use the word painless, but painless. That all being said, there are some very, very complicated water rights, including PG&Es amongst the most complicated. And when you add in the reporting changes that we've done through the SB 88 regulations, I don't want to dismiss the challenge and just the complicated nature of trying to pull all of that information together. So again, we've offered to work with them and kind of make ourselves available to make sure that when the reporting comes due, that we are there to assist if it's needed. Fingers crossed, it might not be needed.
Yeah, much appreciation for that. And do appreciate, again, the flag and concern. I think what will be helpful, especially as we start to near February and we can have a quick check-in, is just what are we seeing? How are we in comparison to previous water years? And it'll be just a nice moment to check in to understand where we are on things. So thank you. Really do appreciate it, Mr. New.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the contributions. Next, I'd like to call up Marissa, be followed by Ryan Becerra, and then John. And Marissa, I believe you should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute and on camera. If you're maybe just not at your desk, we can circle back. Just please do just raise your hand. Next, we'll then go to Ryan Becerra and then John.
Sorry about that. I actually had stepped outside and I had moved to my phone.
Okay, no problem. We're glad to take your comment here. Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just had one quick question. I was wondering if this new system is going to allow the functionality of allowing people to look up overdue balances on small irrigation use rights. I also represent a lot of buyers and I work with realtors on evaluating properties to see if there are any violations or any past due balances or anything that would transfer to a new owner purchasing that property. And as of now, although we do have a wastewater discharge invoice page that allows us to look up that permit and see whether or not there's any outstanding balances, we do not have any ability to look up a small irrigation use right and see if there are any outstanding balances there. I have represented some clients that have been blindsided with very large bills that have been sent to them from CDTFA as new owners of property who never actually had the water right. It was somehow transferred to them upon the purchase of the property, and now they owe that money. It would be very beneficial for the public to be able to know whether these properties that have active small irrigation use rights owe overdue balances on them in order to assist the realtors.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Marissa. Thank you. And looking to Jeff for...
You mentioned one of the complications. Our annual fees are billed through the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. We do have their data in our system. However, that data is often a little behind because we're really just re-reporting what is in their database. So it is one area where, as of today, You can look up that information, but it's not our best quality data right now. So I would advise reaching out directly to staff. You can reach out to our Cal Water's help and ask, and we'll get you connected to who can look that up quickly for you. I'll also say that there are petitions for reconsideration. I think there's a timeline on them that is 30 days after the bill's received, but I would highly advise looking at that petition for reconsideration process. If an owner gets a fee that they do not believe should apply to them or applied to a previous owner, that also may allow them to either nullify or otherwise take care of those outstanding fees.
Thank you for that, Mr. Parks. Really appreciate it. And thank you again, Marissa. Appreciate the question and the engagement here. Now I'd like to call up Ryan Becerra, be followed by John.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair Esquivel and board members. Ryan Becerra of BKS Law Firm. We represent a number of water right holders throughout the state. So first, I have a couple comments and then some questions. At the top level, I think this is, really a very beneficial development. It's water rights exist to allocate water in times of scarcity, and it is an inescapable fact that we get into times of scarcity very quickly. We don't, in a drought year, we don't really know until April or May whether or not we are in a drought year. And then when you have to start allocating water according to water rights that quickly, you need very good data. Like Chair McGuire, I remember a world when we didn't even have, Board Member McGuire, remember a world where we didn't even have ERIMs. It was next to impossible to figure out, who had what right at any given time. So this kind of acceleration of data is very useful. In terms of comments, I do want to second Mr. New's comments. Just the unusual overlay of this new system plus the amendments to the SB 88 regulations may cause some problems, particularly for reporting this year, particularly for large diverters, reservoir operators who are trying to allocate rights between direct diversion and storage over multiple rights. It may get very complicated, hopefully not. But as a practical matter, as we get closer to filing deadlines, some practical flexibility would be useful. I assume we won't be immediately into enforcement actions if we don't have late reporting, but some practical flexibility would be useful. In terms of questions, I have a few, so I can just ask them all at once and get answers afterwards or however you want to proceed. But so first, when the data is shown on this system, what will be shown? So for example, the diversions in and out of storage are extremely important for practical operations throughout the state. So will we have diversions in and out of storage shown there, or what is the data that will be shown on the system? So, and it looks like a question's forthcoming, so I'll stop.
Yeah, can I answer that one first?
Yeah, well, by all means, Mr. Parks.
It's a good one. The short answer is nothing is changing as of this year of what is required to report each year. So if that information isn't explicit in what people report, that's not suddenly going to be available in the new system. But this part of the power of this new system is this gives us the ability, hopefully next spring, to evaluate what do we get in annual reporting, what is needed, as you say, to have a fuller understanding of what is required. There's a lot of regs behind what is required for annual reporting, and some of this may take reg changes to update, and it may be valuable to start that process. I think this system will allow us to actually create that data and be able to show exactly where there are explicit holes, like you're saying, that people need to use to analyze that.
Yeah, I was struck by the slide in the presentation that showed some sort of diversion data from Merced Irrigation District. And I was interested, like, what was that? Was that direct diversion? Was it diversion to storage? What was that data? So what will be, what can you actually see on the system?
And it's hard without being able to do a live demonstration, but all of those it was direct diversion, and you can also look up their diversion to storage and their use and within all of that. And those are the three main categories of what we will continue to collect for, until any regulations for what is required changes. So
thank you, very helpful.
And I do want to jump in real quickly. It's an important nuance that, we report what people give to us. And so I think one of the things that people will see when they start going back and looking at the older data is, some of the numbers aren't going to make sense. And that is because that's what we got. One of the big benefits of the new system is just these enhanced QA QC protocols so that over time we start getting much higher quality data. And we've talked in other settings, you mix up a unit, 1 acre foot is 325,000-ish gallons. Well, you're reporting gallons, but you click the wrong button and pretty soon you're off by half of Folsom Reservoir. And those errors propagate through the system really quickly. Again, the new system should have better flags and ways to prevent that, but the old one didn't, and so we're going to have to live with that legacy data.
So my second question had to do with the digitization of the material. Is there some prioritization of what will get digitized first, and then will all of this information be OCR'd such that it can be text searched as you digitize it?
Yes.
Yes.
Both.
So
yes, please, Mr. Parks.
Is the prioritization by the size of the water right or geography, or just trying
at
to
this point it's by watershed. And so the Navarro watershed was scanned in first. I apologize, I don't have. Yeah, Russian is next up, and
that's a big one.
The other part of it is the team is also expecting that there might be a dynamic change, and if they're scanning in the Russian and another watershed suddenly jumps up in priority, we'll switch tactics to scanning them in first. So, the short answer is we're trying to put priority watersheds in as soon as possible to get those complete records available for the public.
Okay, and then the final one is a very selfish sort of question. You have an extraordinary records unit that has paper records of water right hearings going back to at least the 50s. I know you can go look at the American River hearing from 1958, and it's an extraordinarily valuable set of information. Are the hearing records going to be digitized into all of this as well? Because it's tough to find them sometimes in the records unit. That would be a big lift, but it'd be a wonderful resource if that's available.
In general, our priority is to get explicit water right records in first, meaning the records for any given water right that has been either claimed or applied for. We have a ton of other stuff, including our FERC library as well, that I'll also add. So there's a lot of other libraries. There's the Bay Delta Library. There's a lot of information that we have in paper. Our intent is to digitize all of that. It's unfortunately just a time-intensive and long process. We're trying to make it more efficient. The short answer is yes.
One piece of advice on that: whatever staff is doing that should wear a mask, because that stuff's pretty dusty. So when you get into it, just wear a mask. So, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Appreciate those questions. Appreciate the engagement. I know, one of the benefits certainly is now the ability for folks to delegate water rights reporting to, if they have contractors or folks that do that work for them. So, your shops can now aggregate then all of those in one place as well. So you're not going to be signing on a ton of times. So just thanks. Appreciate the comments and questions.
A quick note on timing too, because one of the questions was, why now? Why are we changing systems in the middle of annual reporting? There is no perfect time to switch systems. That being said, our primary interaction with water right holders is during annual reporting. We don't talk with most water right holders any other time of the year. So it made sense, even though it makes it slightly more painful. It's also the primary time that water right holders are even looking for anything from us. So it just made sense to coincide the two together.
Yeah, no, I think I'm completely supportive. That makes sense. And, to the concerns we're hearing, we'll be doing trainings. We're going to be out there, and we as a board will certainly be tracking here these next months how things are going, how many folks are coming in, if there's, significant challenges and a need for us to provide additional flexibility. So just thanks all around there. Okay, we have our last commenter, John.
Yes, hi. I'm a small water rights user, residential, and my question is what you guys are doing regarding privacy. So for example, I am not here at my residence all year round, but from the data from the, I guess the Cal Waters is showing like the monthly usage. And so anybody who can kind of see that publicly can see that I'm not actually, there at my house. Because if if I honestly record the correct, actual data of my water usage, to be honest with the with the water rights, I would like to know how that information is going to be treated for like small residential usage, if that really needs to be exposed. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Really do appreciate your concern and here contributing to our discussion around this. Privacy is an important component of all this for sure. Looking to Mr. Parks on, and I think I would note something tells me that that to your point, that data was already available, and so someone could have done that prior to this moment. I think the concern, and I do appreciate, is that we are kind of taking that transparency to another level, so it'll be a lot easier than say someone
Exactly.
prior attempted to do that. But yeah, so thank you. Yeah, Mr. Parks.
And I
any
defer
thoughts?
to legal resources if I'm saying anything incorrectly, but my knowledge is that anything submitted to us is public. And we also have a duty to make sure that anything provided to us is then also able to be shared back to the public. That said, I don't think that that means we're required to share the name and address, the phone number of every given person for every given thing. So there's a lot of nuances between that. The data itself is something that we do share. And I'm always reminded of something I was told on my first day. If I write an email, I should expect it to show up on the page of the front page of the Sacramento Bee at any time. So we live under that. I think a lot of things submitted to us, but I don't know if there's nuances that should be hit upon from a legal perspective there.
Yeah, if there's any slight discretion or especially for individual domestic anyway.
Yeah, no, we do also, for the small domestics, we don't require daily reporting, right? So the kind of frequency of reporting is tiered to the size of the diversion, and those smaller domestics are rolled up to monthly diversion reports as is. So there's already a layer of, frankly, anonymity and just like kind of who's in a residence or at a location at any time. And I will broadly say that just because you're showing reporting in July and you're not showing reporting in December does not mean that you're not using water, right? There are other places to get water. You could have a well, you could have other just supplies. And so most circumstances don't tie water use to presence absence. We also do a review for any digitized documents. Is part of the reason why it does take a little bit. The scanning process is relatively quick. The tagging it, indexing it, reviewing it, doing a QA/QC check, and then finally publishing it goes through a manual process where we actually have a live human look at it. And we have occasionally found things like social security numbers that have been inadvertently sent to us. We don't ask for those, but sometimes we get them. Occasionally birth and death certificates come into us and we don't show those. So we do pull some information back where we do think it crosses into that privacy realm, and just kind of constantly have that ongoing process to review the digitized side of things as well.
Yeah, and I don't have a lot to add. I think the point that Chief Deputy Ekdahl made is very important in terms of what the actual value of this is for nefarious purposes, if you will. And Mr. Parks correctly summarized. I mean, these are public records. I mean, one of the challenges we have, this is a public resource. And it has consequences for downstream users and for the state writ large, and even small domestics within smaller watersheds too. So it is public information. And as you've heard from Mr. Ekdahl, we've taken steps to ensure that it's consistent with how we manage truly private information.
Yeah, and again, thank you very much, John, for your comments, your concern. This has been a good discussion to have here around the platform. And for yourself, I think, and anyone else that is concerned that there is, personally identifiable information or kind of crossing a line there, please do just reach out to our staff, and want to make sure that we pull anything that's not appropriate there, and even hear concerns. If it's not something we can immediately address, we'll certainly flag that. But it's good to be able to, again, just hear from everyone as they get into the system, have concerns or want to make sure and flag something for us. So thank you. All right, I think that wraps up our commenters on public forum. looking to folks at the dais in case anything has come to mind, any questions, any thoughts further. And seeing none, just an incredible amount of appreciation and excitement. This is, again, just so incredibly significant. And look forward to, this is where now the real fun certainly begins, because again, it's the culture change, it's getting people into the system, and then it's beginning to ask questions and unpack challenges and opportunities in our watersheds that we don't even know about now because, we haven't had the basis to make those, inform those questions or thoughts. So thank you. Much appreciation. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick 10-minute break. I know we have a translator for our next item and want to give them time. So let's say we'll come back here. We'll give ourselves 12 minutes. We'll come back at 10:50 and we'll continue on to our next item. Thank you, everyone, for the morning so far. See you here in about 10 minutes.
Testing audio from the English channel for the webcast. 1, 2, 3, 4. The room is now in the English channel in case interpreters need to come here to speak about the Spanish channel. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, everyone. It is 10:51. If you don't mind winding down your conversations, we can start. All right. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the quick break. Here, before we start, we do have translation services for this item, and so I would like to kick things over to our translator.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. We do have interpretation services for today. Hola a todos. Tenemos servicios de interpretación disponibles para la reunión de hoy. Para escuchar los comentarios realizados en español, seleccione el icono del globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de la pantalla que dice interpretación. Luego puede seleccionar español para escuchar una interpretación en vivo del comentario o la pregunta. Gracias.
Thank you very much. All right, this is item number 4. This is an update on CV salts, and I'd like to kick things off by handing things over to Chief Deputy Karen Mogus.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I am going to provide just a quick overview for this item and a little context for why we're here every year, providing an update on CV salts, as well as some of the context around providing safe drinking water and other program areas that are relevant to the management zones programs, so that, I'm sure that they will refer to them over the course of the presentations. And so just wanted to give a quick update or overview. Next slide. So I'll start with background and some summary of other efforts to provide safe drinking water. Then I'll hand it to the Central Valley Board to provide their update on implementation. And then the management zones will take over and provide an update on implementation. And finally, we'll have a panel from the environmental justice NGOs perspective on implementation of the program. And then, of course, end with public comment. Next slide. So by way of background, in 2018, the Central Valley Water Board adopted a basin plan amendment that set the regulatory framework for implementing a Central Valley-wide salt and nutrient management plan, also known as the Central Valley Salinity, I had it in my head, Salinity Alternatives, for long-term sustainability, or CV salts. And the goals of the CV salts management plan are to ensure safe drinking water, achieve balanced salt and nitrate loadings or nitrogen loadings, and implement aquifer restoration programs where it's reasonable, feasible, and practicable. Next slide. In 2019, the State Water Board partially approved the CV Salts Basin Plan Amendment in Resolution 2019-0057. And in that resolution, the State Board directed the Regional Board to make targeted revisions to the Basin Plan Amendment, which they did, and to provide progress reports on implementation annually. And this is the 6th of those annual progress reports to the board. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there's a number of other activities related to providing safe drinking water to Californians in the interest of achieving the human right to water. And the first of those I'll go over is the SAFER program. The Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience is a coordinated program between the Division of Drinking Water, the Division of Financial Assistance, and the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs here at the State Water Board that seeks to ensure all Californians have access to safe and affordable drinking water. Within that program, the SAFER staff and the Division of Drinking Water produce an annual drinking water needs assessment, which identifies communities served by failing or at risk of failing public water systems and predicts which of the public water systems are at risk of failing and identifies state small water systems and domestic wells in areas of high risk. The assessment also estimates the cost to deliver solutions for communities served by failing or at-risk systems, and then the potential funding gap between estimated funding needs and actual funding available through the state. The SAFER program provides coordinated funding. So there's, of course, the SAFER fund, but then also we have clean water, the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and other funding programs, most recently adopted by the voters, Prop 4, other funding programs that are coordinated to provide technical assistance and then solutions for these systems that are failing. Priorities for the funding are described in the annual fund expenditure plan. And this year's draft fund expenditure plan for fiscal year 25-26 includes a domestic well strategy that outlines goals for sharing data to inform possible solutions and promote education. And relevant to our discussion today, it has a goal of filling funding gaps that are in local and regional programs that may include counties, includes the management zones under CV salts, as well as the groundwater sustainability agencies that have well mitigation programs. And finally, the final goal of the strategy is to support long-term solutions through technical assistance, consolidation or regionalization, and other solutions where consolidation isn't feasible. There's also a burgeoning program in the Central Coast Regional Board to develop alternative water supply program under the auspices of their agricultural regulatory program. That's underway and has been well coordinated with the discussions with the programs in Region 5 in the Central Valley region, as well as our discussions with the Office of Sustainable Groundwater Management. So there's a lot going on in this context, and I wanted to just provide that overview before we launched into the implementation discussions with the regions, the management zones, and the NGOs. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to, I believe, Patrick Palupa.
Thank you, Ms. Mogus. I appreciate that context. I know for myself, just quickly, really appreciate everyone here. Look forward to the update. This is a critical program, not just for the region, but for the state as well, as we really try to tackle these challenges. And we have the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We have our SAFER program, has been mentioned. So all of this comes at just a really critical time. So, Mr. Palupa, good to see you. Thank you all for being here.
Good to see you too, and our pleasure to be here. A lot has happened. I think one of the big dates, of course, was in the summer of 2021 when this board approved our 2020 amendments and we really got implementation underway. Our updates since then have had a continuing trend towards implementation. So first updates were, how are you going to do outreach? Then the updates morphed into how we are doing updates. And then I know last year, lots of questions about how we are going to begin implementation of the permitting requirements. And now, as we stand on the cusp of implementing those requirements of getting draft orders on the street, that's really the content of our update. And so I will turn it over to Angela for the presentation. But I also want to welcome our Chair, Nick Abdus, and Vice Chair Elena Lee Reeder, who are joining us here today in support of the program.
Thanks, Patrick. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Angela Cleaver, and I'm a Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor with the Salinity and Basin Planning Unit at the Central Valley Water Board, and also Program Manager for the CV Salts program. Today with me are Rachel Gray, Incoming Executive Director for the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, and Management Zone representatives, including Tess Dunham, Deborah Dunn, Charlotte Schul, and Maureen Thompson. And together we'll be providing you with an update on CV Salts program implementation. Next slide. So here's an overview of today's presentation. We're going to start with the salt control program, briefly covering the current permittee participation status in the program, and then we'll hear from the Central Valley Salinity Coalition with an update on the prioritization and optimization study. This will be followed by an update on the nitrate control program. I'll again go over current permittee participation status and the implementation schedule, and then we'll hear from the management zones on program implementation, outreach and coordination, on drinking water solutions, safer agreement funding, and management zone specific updates on their emergency and interim drinking water programs. I'll then touch on next steps regarding the management zone implementation plans and the regional board's intent to amend permits and approve exceptions to the nitrate water quality objective. We'll then wrap up with an update on compliance and enforcement for the program. Next slide, please. So starting with the salt control program. Next slide. So based on our most recent data for the salt control program, the majority of active permittees have selected the alternative permitting pathway, which is participating in the prioritization and optimization study. 1% of permittees are in the conservative pathway, and the remaining 11% have either not selected a compliance pathway or are not up to date on their financial contributions to the program and are considered non-compliant. As I mentioned, I'll be providing an update on enforcement later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. The salt control program alternative permitting approach involves 3 phases with a duration of about 10 to 15 years. We are currently in phase 1, which is estimated to continue to 2030, where permittees must support the salinity P&O study. This phase focuses on defining salt-sensitive areas, identifying salt sources and impacts, assessing management options, and developing long-term salt management strategies. The P&O study will then inform phases 2 and 3, where phase 2 involves project development, completing engineering design and environmental permitting of preferred physical projects. Regulatory actions such as basin plan amendments may be required to readopt permitting approaches and policies or for beneficial use designations for future salt management areas. Phase 3 is focused on project implementation with construction of preferred physical projects. And next slide. I'll now hand it over to Rachel Gray, and she will provide more information on the current P&O study. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. Today, I'm going to provide you with an update on the work that's been conducted to date to implement the salt control program. And as Angela mentioned, there are 3 distinct phases of the salt control program. We are currently in phase 1, where we're implementing the prioritization and optimization study. And we are in year 4 of the P&O work plan implementation. And so this is where we're identifying areas that are projected to not be able to meet salinity planning targets. And so it's this prioritized approach to identify areas where long-term salinity management solutions would be needed. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the P&O study, as I mentioned, is to develop a salinity management plan for the Central Valley. And our approach is to develop this prioritized plan where we identify where long-term solutions are needed to be implemented to protect current and future beneficial uses. And so understanding what those sensitive beneficial uses are currently and protecting those uses into the future. And our approach is based on sound technical basis. And so we're taking a methodical approach to be able to characterize conditions as accurately as we can, so that way we can develop a cost-effective solution that is implementable. And integral to this plan is engaging with local stakeholders to get information that we can include in our modeling tools. Next slide, please. So this is just a more detailed time frame or timeline of the P&O study. We started off selecting our modeling tools. So we have our watershed tool, we have our groundwater tools, and then we've been really focusing on developing these salinity planning targets for applied water quality. And then those targets will be applied in these problem areas to see if they're going to meet those and what projects are needed to be implemented so that we can meet those targets and then protect the current and future beneficial uses. And then, as Angela mentioned, our next steps would be, furthering development of this plan to figure out what those strategies are that would be needed to be implemented. So next slide, please. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our archetype analysis. This is really important because this is sort of that local analysis that was done to develop a methodology that would then be applied to the Central Valley-wide scale. So the purpose of the archetype analyses was really to develop a methodology and determination for salinity plan and targets. And so this is for applied water quality, and really it's predicated on understanding the most sensitive beneficial uses, and that's salt-sensitive crops for AGR, and then secondary MCLs for drinking water use. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the process for selecting the archetype areas, and then an analysis, and show you some preliminary results, and then talk about some lessons learned. So staying on this slide, I think last year we talked about archetype 1 and selection of that area. But in essence, we divided the valley into salt management regions, and the executive committee went through a rigorous process to select these archetype areas. And so we were looking at conjunctive use of water, water use types, also land use types, working with local stakeholders and what stakeholder input we can get, as well as the hydrogeology to select areas that had diverse conditions that we can model and develop this methodology. So next slide, please. So once we selected the archetype areas, this is sort of the key items that were needed or that we went through to do the analysis. Integral to this analysis was getting the information. Any model is as good as the information that we put into them, right? So there's a lot of existing programs, and the data that we use, were existing, but also it's just so important to highlight the technical team and the engagement that they did in these areas with local stakeholders. So talking to our GSAs, reading through GSPs, talking to water resources managers, so water districts, irrigation districts, municipalities, and also environmental managers. And so all that information was accumulated, and so we integrated those into our local tools. And then pivotal to this process was identifying the sensitive beneficial uses. Again, the salt-sensitive crops for AGR, and then understanding, that anything that we do is always looking for the municipal use too and protection of that. So then the next step was develop salinity management or salinity planning targets. I'm sorry, and so these beneficial or sensitive beneficial uses were sort of the predicate to understanding, okay, what targets need to protect. So that's what that was our rationale for developing our salinity planning targets, and I'll show some examples in the upcoming slides. And then once we had those targets and we had the conditions of applied water quality currently and in the future, we can assess how we're doing relative to those targets. And so that was our next step. And then, of course, identifying those areas that are not meant to meet these salinity planning targets and what projects would need to be implemented to be able to protect those beneficial uses. And so this graphic is a pretty complex graphic from our watershed tool, our CV SWAT tool, and just understanding the salt loading and what goes into the modeling. This is what that shows here. Next slide, please. So moving forward to the analysis, the two areas that were selected were the Delta Mendota Subbasin, as well as the western portion of the Kings Subbasin. And so we really were focused on developing these salinity planning targets for applied water quality. And so we leveraged previous work that was conducted in the lower San Joaquin River, where we looked at what the most salt-sensitive crops were. We looked at the secondary drinking water MCLs. And so we developed targets that were protective of these uses. And so just a reminder of what the tools were. So our watershed tools is a Central Valley Soil Water Assessment Tool, or CV SWAT. And our groundwater tool, or Central Valley-wide groundwater tool, is a Central Valley Non-Point Source Assessment Toolbox. And that's a steady state groundwater model. I'll talk about this in the upcoming slides, but we're also conducting a comparative analysis using the Central Valley Hydrologic Model 2, which is CVHM2 model, which is a transient fate and transport model, just to see how these results would compare. and make any refinements that would be necessary to ensure that we're characterizing conditions adequately. And then most importantly, or very important, just using existing data and ensuring that we're getting the information from the GSPs, understanding what the water management strategies are and implementing those into our tools. Next slide, please. So this is just a look at the two archetype areas. The top left is the Delta Mendota subbasin, and our archetype 2 area was the western portion of the Kings subbasin. And so, like I mentioned, we look for diversity of conditions. So a combination of surface water use, groundwater use, some areas that are more groundwater dependent, so we can assess or look to develop targets that were protective of these uses given different conditions. Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of some results, and these results are preliminary. So I'll take a minute to explain what we're seeing here. So in the far right map, you see the Delta Mendota subbasin, and so we're focused on the northern area. On the left graph, you'll see several colored lines, and those represent different salinity planning targets for applied water quality that were developed, and they consider different conditions. So for example, the bottom 2 dashed lines, they represent salinity planning targets under normal conditions. And you can see the different yields that they consider for the most sensitive crops. And then for the top 2 lines, they sort of consider drought and extended drought periods. And so you'll see similarly, we looked at what the maximum usable short-term MCL would be applied, that we can use the application of that target, the 2200, and then during extended drought conditions, we looked at yields for different crops. And then we simulated different conditions. So the green box all the way to the left is current conditions for applied water quality. And then the middle box is if operations were the same for the next 100 years, what that would look like. And then we applied also the DWR severe drought conditions, and that's the right box for each of these water districts that you see. So in this specific example, we see that the targets are anticipated to be met, both currently and into the future, and it considers different climate scenarios as well. Next slide, please. So this is just another example in the southeast area of the Delta Mendota subbasin. And so similar targets were developed. And so just looking at the current conditions and the drought conditions and the extended 100 years conditions, we see in a couple of the water districts, we don't anticipate any salinity issues. But in the Farmers Water District, which is a small groundwater dependent district, there's projected to be some salinity issues in the future. But again, these are preliminary results, and we're still doing some refinements in the tools just to make sure we're showing correct results, or it's appropriate. I know that's a mouthful, and I've said a lot. So I will go on to the next slide. Okay, so we're showing a little bit different results in these slides. So this is an archetype area 2. To get applied water quality, that consists of both groundwater and surface water quality. And so here we're showing the surface water condition, the groundwater conditions. And so the applied water quality conditions would look pretty similar because this area is more groundwater dependent. And so you'll see the bottom axis is the next 100 years, and then we have the groundwater salinity. And so the targets are also shown. And so we're seeing that there's definitely going to be salinity issues, both under current climate conditions and in drought conditions. Next slide, please. As a contrast, in the north portion of the Western Kings subbasin, we see quite a different situation. We see that we don't anticipate any issues. And so I know there's more surface water in this area, so the water quality is a little bit better, but this is what this shows based on the modeling results. Next slide, please. Okay, so doing the archetype analysis, we really wanted to, like I said, develop the salinity planning targets. We wanted to model the current applied water conditions and the future conditions and see what areas of the valley would need projects to be implemented to be able to protect current and future beneficial uses. And so in terms of lessons learned, it's so important to understand that local stakeholder input is pivotal. And our technical team spent a lot of time talking to folks so we can get the most accurate and relevant information to go into our tools. So understanding the water practices, the conjunctive use of water, the irrigation practices, the blend of water that's being used, and then any planned projects that are going to be implemented, and then also incorporating any municipal drinking water systems. And so our focus is applied water quality because that's what's practically being applied to our crops, or that's what is being used as our drinking water supply. And so that's what we're focused on, applied water quality and the conjunctive use of water. So both surface and that combination of surface and groundwater. And so our tools were able to predict future risks to current uses at a district level. And really it's just developing this methodology that then can be applied on the Central Valley-wide scale. Next slide, please. So this is kind of a snapshot of salinity planning targets for the Central Valley-wide scale. As I mentioned, we looked at the most salt-sensitive crops, so you'll see that in the table in the different areas. We definitely considered the secondary MCLs for drinking water, and also the precipitation was pretty important in terms of understanding the influence of precipitation on planning targets. So this is what was, I'm not going to explain all of the metrics and the 5th percentile and leaching. Tom's here if we have any questions, but this is the approach that we took to develop these targets that can be applied then on the Central Valley-wide scale. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to show you, as an example only, very preliminary results of what this looks like. So we modeled the applied water quality for current conditions in 50 years and in 100 years on a GSA scale level. And then we applied the salinity planning targets. And so these sort of identify the areas where we anticipate that they would exceed the salinity plan targets. So specifically, if you look at the areas in the yellow, this is a San Joaquin hydrologic area. And so currently, we're okay. Current beneficial uses, we're good. But in 50 years, we see some problem areas arise. And then in 100 years, even worse if we do nothing. And so this is our prioritized approach for identifying which areas projects would need to be implemented to deal with the salinity issues, so we can protect the current and future beneficial uses of water. Next slide, please. This is a similar snapshot. As I mentioned, it's example only, very preliminary. The executive committee is working through these results, and the technical teams continue to refine these results. So again, further south, we see currently seem to be in good shape relative to meeting salinity planning targets and protecting beneficial uses. But then in 50 and 100 years, here's a snapshot of what that looks like. And so all this goes into developing that salinity management plan, really identifying these prioritized areas where we would need to implement projects to protect the beneficial uses. Next slide, please. So that's sort of the first part of the presentation in terms of the modeling results and where we are relative to identifying these prioritized areas. Concurrently, we're working on a couple of technical studies. Right now, as I mentioned, we're doing a comparative analysis with our groundwater tools. The Central Valley-wide groundwater tool that we're using is MPSAT, and so we're doing a comparative analysis against a transient CVHM2 model to see what the results look like in the Delta Mendota subbasin, and if there's differences, what those differences mean, and how we might be able to refine MPSAT to be able to characterize conditions adequately. Right now, we're working through the results, preliminary results, and there will be a report that will be produced as part of this to explain the analysis. Next slide, please. And last but certainly not least, we're also doing a technical study to look at salinity treatment technologies, just mature technologies as well as emergent technologies, because as we start going into, what projects can be implemented and where, we want to make sure that we can determine what technologies can be used in these specific areas that are both cost-effective and implementable. So this is also a study that our technical team's undertaking right now, and reports pending, and so we'll have this information as we go into the next phase of the project. Next slide, please. So next, in terms of next steps, we have a lot of preliminary data that we're showing you today, and so it's really finalizing this data, both on the preliminary target side and as well as on the Central Valley-wide scale, identifying these areas that are not projected to meet these salinity planning targets. So in the next few months, we're planning on finalizing these analyses and going through a review process with the technical team as well as our executive committee. And so we'll finalize these results. Next steps include, once we find those areas, understanding, okay, what quantity of salt needs to be removed from these areas to be able to protect beneficial uses into the future. So that's another effort that we're going to undertake next year, as well as potentially selecting some of these areas to do additional pilot studies. So once we have these areas, like, okay, what projects are planned in these areas or what projects are needed in these areas that could be implemented to deal with the salinity issues in the future. So that's another next step. And then, of course, just using the information that we learned from the archetype analysis and doing this to be able to apply that on the Central Valley-wide scale. We're continuing to use existing information from all the different programs. We're coordinating with local stakeholders, also focusing on brine technologies, brine disposal technologies, which is going to be a big issue for us, and then continuing development of the salinity management plan so that we can work to get into phase 2 of the implementation of the program, which is, engineering design, feasibility, funding, in hopes that we can then implement these projects. So that is my update for today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you incredibly for stepping into this role and doing this work. I know often the quantity discussions certainly get a lot of the headlines and a lot of the attention, but importantly, the quality, as we well know, discussion is just as important. And over the long term has even more potential to be damaging to our communities and to our way of life here. So the work that you're all doing is just incredibly appreciated. I'm also a member of the Salinity Forum on the Colorado River. And so these discussions are around salinity management are just as critical, obviously, on the Colorado side, Colorado River side, given the, I believe it's for every, 100 milligrams per liter of increase in salinity, it's like 300 million in costs in Southern California for treatment. So as we know, again, the quality side here can have huge impacts. So just thanks for all of this. I know we're, still very much in the analysis and kind of, trying to wrap our arms, if you will, around the wholeness of the challenge in the Central Valley. And just wondering, though, if, you're starting to see, the pilot studies, say, on Delta Mendota and other places, and as you do that technology review, is there any sort of bright spots project-wise to maybe start to, identify, knowing that, again, we're very much in an analysis phase. We're not at the project identification phase, but just wondering if you're hearing, folks or, excited about particular technologies or projects that may be, incubating out there that may be moving forward sooner rather than not.
Tom, question or Tess?
I know I have a little bit of feedback on that. I think the brightest spot is the work that's being conducted under Sigma. I don't know how we would do this analysis without the data and information that's collected under the groundwater sustainability agencies and their plans. Management of groundwater and surface water are so intertied within the Southern Valley in particular that, working on one without understanding the other would have been impossible. And so I think the information that's needed in the technical teams, the way that they've been able to pull information out of the groundwater sustainability plans, really is helping develop a united picture of what the challenges are for the next century. As Rachel's information kind of highlights, there are water districts that are heavily groundwater dependent that are not only facing challenges under Sigma, but they're facing huge challenges from a salinity front as well. And I think the information and the modeling efforts show how dire that situation really is. Even if you have sufficient groundwater to ensure continuous crop production, I think the models as they've been developed under CV salt show that that water is not going to be usable within a time horizon that is in some cases within our lifetimes and certainly within, the planning horizon of those farmers. You look at they look at their kids and say, if this is not an issue that is addressed, I will not be able to hand down this acreage to my children to productively farm for their children. And I think that's a dynamic that we didn't see when we started this endeavor. Certainly the technical teams can talk about it more, but that's really what jumps out to me as we begin and continue to work on these problems.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it because I agree. I think the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act activities, the basin plans or the groundwater sustainability plans in the basins are just accelerating, if you will, and why I think this work is so critical, because there's a moment to kind of meet those efforts in a way that really inform them, each other, and maximize ultimately, excuse me, the resources that we're using here. So I appreciate that. Vice Chair, I don't know if you had some.
Yeah, good conversation here, and these, as you went through the presentation, a lot of these questions, just came to mind. So when you talk about how you wouldn't have the information that you have but for the groundwater sustainability agencies, the question that I have is on the development of the tools. Is that something where you're sharing that information with the GSAs? Do they agree with the approaches that you're using? I'm going to just list several off here. And then time scale. So there's some pretty scary stuff in here. Not surprising, but nonetheless, it's pretty scary. But your time horizon is different than the GSPs or what they're required to project out into the future at this point. So is that feedback loop being incorporated as part of the GSAs and their analysis? Maybe not in this round, but do they see it coming? And then the third question is on beneficial use. And I think I saw something in one of the slides on yield. And that can help to get the message through to areas that are looking at this like it's just too far out. But as those hotspots develop further and there's greater concentrations, I imagine there's a corresponding, not just looking at drinking water, which of course is the most important, but on yield.
I think you're absolutely right. But to get to the first question, there's absolutely a lot of conversation happening back and forth between the entities that are working on these projects under the CV Salts umbrella and the groundwater sustainability agencies. And to be frank, they're the same consultants, kind of working on these projects. So there's a lot of conversations happening there. I think the maps that Rachel put up, the heavily purple maps, really paint the picture. That is a map that is keyed to reduced crop yields of the most valuable crops grown in those areas. And you see, a sharp distinction. We can get into the weeds on those maps for a long time. But you see areas that have relatively robust surface water supplies managing. You see areas with less robust surface water supplies, and even areas within the valley slope where the western Sierra Nevada foothills, where climate change scenarios will show that they have to use groundwater a little bit more in a lot of times, and you see those belts turning yellow. And that really means that crop yields will be more and more impacted. You see the citrus belt having those impacts. You see areas where they're growing almonds having those impacts. You see a lot of the walnut farmers having impacts. I think that's a big, flashing red light on the dashboard. Anybody who's interested in the long-term sustainability of the valley's agriculture is paying attention to that, and certainly the consultants are having those conversations with their clients, whether it's a groundwater sustainability agency or the folks that are doing this work under CV Salts. I think the other dynamic, and is something that Joaquin, I think you mentioned it during the first meeting, the first agenda item of the day, when they're talking about the water rights regime, and the new reporting systems and really getting our arms around where the problems are and how to solve them, we are understanding the magnitude of the problem in a new way with the work that's being conducted under the salinity surveys. It's sobering, right? I think there are a lot of folks who hoped that in-valley solutions would be sufficient, meaning that you store and find ways of reusing all of the salt that is accumulating in the valley internally, and you don't have an export line. Because there are tremendous costs associated with an export line. I think that the work that is ongoing shows that it is going to be extraordinarily difficult to manage the salinity loading without an out-of-valley solution. I think that's a concept that we are just now beginning to socialize with folks outside of the water arena, the people that look at infrastructure in the valley, that look at the communities that are dependent on agriculture in the valley, and starting to have those conversations that we will not have as productive a valley if we do not figure out actual concrete infrastructure that will help us deal with this salinity problem. I think that, it is decades out before something like that gets built. Unfortunately, we know how quickly large infrastructure projects get built in California. But I think some of the work that's being done right now lays the groundwork for those arguments, going to folks who can help finance these things and saying this is an urgent issue. It's an urgent issue to communities, and it's an urgent issue to the valley as a whole.
Thank you for that. And then a follow-up question on the general statement that you're making about the need to have conjunctive use, ground and surface water. And we know with SGMA and the implementation of SGMA, we're hearing more increased calls for, well, this is a problem because we don't have enough surface water. But climate change is telling us that it's not going to get any easier. It's going to get more challenging. And so looking at a lot of the work that we're doing, I know Mr. Ekdahl touched on it earlier when we were talking about Cal Waters, and that is the intensity of groundwater recharge and looking at those projects, which I think a lot of the GSAs are looking at as well. But can you talk a little bit about, for those that have recharge as a solution and not, expanded surface water because there are limited opportunities, how does that play into your analysis?
I think I'm just an attorney. So, I'm certainly not one to go under the hood for the modeling efforts that are underway, and they are extraordinarily sophisticated. I will say that as those modelers take into account, and they are looking at recharge projects, proposed recharge projects, and availability of surface water supplies under a variety of climate scenarios. Again, the picture is becoming more clear that simply reusing groundwater when you have I won't say a non-dependable surface water use. I mean, that's kind of how California has always been, will gradually result in salinity impacts throughout most of the acreage in those areas. And I think the challenge for the modelers is and every meeting, every executive committee meeting, there are conversations about how to tweak those models, how to make them more accurate, how to truth them out, innovation that's happening in the SGMA arena, how to incorporate that into the efforts that are ongoing. Certainly, there are folks behind me who could speak to that much better. But from the 30,000-foot view, I think that even with all of the proposed recharge projects, you still see those salinity impacts creeping in many areas of the valley.
Yeah, and Tom Grovehog from Larry Walker Associates, who's been leading the team, can definitely comment on this, but I believe the Western Kings example of the SGMA maps included their planned recharge under their GSPs and projects that are currently underway. So they have been a big part of that modeling. So that modeling is reflective of those plans. And to Patrick's point, it's not going to be enough when it comes to long-term salinity management. Ultimately is what it shows is you're just not going to be able to, we're not going to be able to recharge our way out of this issue when it comes to salinity.
Thank you both, and thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate
And
the
again,
line of questions.
I know the comment was, what are the bright spots? I suppose the bright spots are defining the scope of the problem. You know, we can do great things. We just need the time to do them. And I think now is when those efforts are getting underway.
Yeah, no, there's a real land transition discussion as well. You know, to your point, it is very much a comprehensive look that's happening in the Central Valley around surface water, groundwater, and really getting these water quality issues into that discussion, I think can help really create, and which they are. And I really do appreciate that through the course of, again, implementation of Sigma, we're just seeing that this work is really coming into its own and really being able to benefit the decision making at this broader scale as folks really figure out how we manage our groundwater resources, and importantly, what those land uses then are associated with it, and how to prioritize, you know, your highest value land, and know that if you're going to have a big salt issue and you also have a quantity issue, you know, really sussing out where best to make those land transitions, I think, can be important, and all this data is just so fundamental to it.
I really appreciate that comment, because I also think it's really important that, you know, the reality is we're not going to be able to have the, you know, maintaining perfect beneficial uses everywhere in the valley when it comes to salt. You know, we have natural salinity on the west side. It's been known for decades, right? There may not be the ability to maintain certain beneficial uses over the long term in certain areas of the valley, but how do we prioritize those areas that we can and utilize the best ground for the best purposes in that management? And so, you know, there's not going to be one perfect tool. It's going to be a menu of different things that have to come together to manage.
I completely agree, and I think that you know, we wouldn't be able to craft the perfect top-down solution amongst that all. So it is that sort of a dinner table conversation about where our property is, what, you know, what the future of that farm is, and that's playing out over and over and over again throughout the valley, we know. So I think it really is, how do we inform those discussions so people understand where things might be headed, and, you know, what values they still might have in their land, even if it's going to salt up too much, to be able to be as productive with the crops they currently have, and just help give us our best shot at managing through all that. I agree. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate all this back and forth. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have anything further on the salinity side. I know we have further presentations, but we can move on then.
Now that we've solved that one.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll now transition to the nitrate control program. Next slide, please. So based on our recent data for the nitrate control program, approximately 85% of active permittees in priority 1 and 2 areas are participating in a management zone. 1% have selected Path A, the individual permitting approach, and about 14% of permittees have not selected a compliance pathway and are considered non-compliant. Next slide, please. So just to go over the program schedule, implementation of the program is based on prioritization to first address health risks associated with nitrate-impacted drinking water. And priority 1 and 2 areas on the map are where management zones have been developed, and well testing for nitrate and replacement drinking water programs in these areas are being implemented as part of the emergency and interim drinking water programs and early action plans. For the remaining areas or non-prioritized areas in green on the map, program implementation has not yet begun, and implementation in these areas will be addressed on a case-by-case basis. Next slide, please. Just an overview of the priority 1 management zones and the schedule. I'll just highlight a few things. Back in 2020, we issued notices to comply from the regional board, and implementation of the program and early action plans, which include well testing and drinking water programs, began in 2021. In 2023, management zone implementation plans were submitted to the Central Valley Water Board, and we are now at the point where we're working on permit amendments to include enforceable requirements in consideration of the management zone implementation plans, or MZIPs for short. We'll provide more detail on this at a later slide. Next slide, please. Here's a map of the priority 2 management zones that are administered by Valley Water Collaborative, the Kings Water Alliance, and the Kern Water Collaborative. And program implementation for these areas began in December 2023 with issuance of notices to comply. By February 26 of this year, permittees that are subject to the program were required to select a compliance pathway and submit a notice of intent. The management zone submitted a preliminary management zone proposal, or PMZP, and early action plans, or EAPs. And these plans were reviewed by the regional board staff, and a public comment period was held from December 30th of last year through January 27th of this year. Additionally, a public workshop for the PMZPs and EAPs was held in January and consisted of presentations by board staff, Party 2 management zones, and environmental justice advocates. On February 25th, the regional board issued conditional approval letters for the EAPs, and implementation of the well testing and drinking water programs began on February 26th. In August, the regional board sent response letters for the PMZPs, which established a due date of February 16, 2026 for the final management zone proposals to be submitted to the regional board. Like other program deliverables, these plans will be made available for public comment. Once the regional board reviews the final management zone proposals, then the management zone implementation plans will be due 6 months after they are accepted. Next slide, please. Since Party 2 areas recently began program implementation, I just wanted to highlight the permittees that selected Path A, the individual permitting approach. So indicated by the green dots on the map, these are the permittees that are currently under review for Path A. Regional board staff are currently reviewing the submittals to determine if their application is complete and if they can meet the requirements of Path A based on their nitrate discharge. We're aiming to make a final determination on these facilities within the next month. Next slide, please. I'll now hand it over to Tess Denham and the management zone representatives for a further update on implementation.
Thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. Happy to be here today. I'm going to provide, if we want to go ahead and go to the next slide, thank you. I will provide an overview of a couple of things that's going on and trying to be responsive, I think, to some questions that some folks may have had kind of going off of from last year and where we're at on different components of implementation of the short and long-term drinking water solutions program. More importantly, with us here today, we have representatives from 3 of the Priority 1 management zones who can provide more specific updates on different projects to give a snapshot on where we're at. We can't tell you everything or we'd all be here for hours, and we all know how that goes, but we do want to let you know that we have been working hard. I will say, I was here last year. It wasn't fun. So we are trying to endeavor to do better this year and tried to be responsive to a lot of the questions and concerns that we heard last year when we gave our update. And to that, one of the big things that we heard loud and clear was the need to coordinate more closely with our colleagues in the environmental justice community. So I'm going to talk a little bit first about some of the coordination that's been going on. Michael Claiborne will also be talking about that, and you can query he or I, and we'll be happy to share with you what's been going on. I am going to provide some updates with kind of where we've got our nitrate dashboard so you can see where we are in current program implementation on the interim solutions side, let you know where we're at on some safer agreement funding, and then I'm going to pass it off to the management zones who have far better and more important information to provide than me. But first, next slide, please. After last year's workshop, it became very clear that we needed to do a better job talking to the EJ advocates with respect to implementation of the program. So soon after our update last year, we did reach out, and between Michael Claiborne and I, we decided to take the lead in bringing everybody together to have some of those coordinated conversations. And we have been having them since February of last year. And when I say having these conversations, I mean sometimes twice a month, sometimes once a week. It has been a long-term conversation. It's not over. It will continue. But we started by first sharing what are our each expectations with respect to program implementation on an interim as well as a long-term side. And we thought it was best to start to build that understanding if we knew what each of our expectations were. So we spent some time and we did that, and we shared those expectations. And in sharing those expectations, we were able to identify where we had common areas of agreement. We find on the big picture our areas of agreement are not that different, right? We all want the same thing, but we also know that there's areas of disagreement of how to get there. And that's really where we start finding where we are not quite on the same page of the best pathway forward. But we actually built a table that identified where we had agreement, identified areas where we did not have agreement. And we've taken that, and the next step after 4 or 5 months of meeting together to identify these areas, we knew that we then needed to start having this conversation with state and regional water board staff so we can all come together and have those conversations. So we started doing that a couple of months ago. We have had a couple of meetings where we've included Karen and her staff from the State Water Board, Patrick and Adam from the regional board, as well as environmental justice advocates and management zone leaders to really talk about drinking water solutions program implementation in the context of the management zone programs and moving forward in how we continue to implement this program. Another key component, just as a sideline, that we also did over this last legislative session, we did work collectively to extend the SAFER funding program. Our lobbyists and their lobbyists came together and did work in order to make sure that we were all on the same page and pushing forward for an extension of the SAFER funding. So our efforts are not just in these rooms around the State Water Board, but where we can, not always, but where we can find common ground in the legislative side of things, we are doing that to the extent that we can as well. Next slide, please. So now to talk a little bit about, this is just to give you some snapshots of the outreach and engagement activities from a big picture. As you know, I believe we showed last year, we have built a dashboard and maintain a dashboard where the management zones can come in and put in their data and information on the Salinity Coalition website, back-end component, so we can try to maintain as real time as possible what's going on in the management zone program. So these are just some snapshots from the dashboard from probably a week or two ago, just to give you an idea of the meetings and events that the management zones have been putting together in order to get the word out and the outreach, right? We are starting in, we're 3 or 4 years on the priority 1 areas. We're just a few months in on the priority 2 areas, but that work has been significant. And this gives you an idea and breaks it down the types of outreach activities that are happening on a percentage basis and trying to look at that. There are also drop downs so people can see what each management zone is doing on that dashboard. Next slide, please. Another metric is kind of what are those people engagements. I've learned a lot about PR stuff. It's not my thing, people. I have to tell you, but how do you calculate different metrics on mailer contacts and people engagements and touching people? And so, try to quantify those to the best that one can. There again is some snapshots on that with respect to the different types of people engagements. Newspaper articles we find are a great way, right? Getting Member Firestone, Chairman Esquivel, you guys have come out and done events with us, and those have been great because they help us get it in the news and in the paper and on the TV, and that helps to spread the word. But those are all touches. And whether we are doing postal context, the USPS is making a mint off the management zones with the postal mailers, and that has been fairly successful in a lot of the management zones. They will see an increase in calls and applications after those postal hits go. And so we do those a lot, as well as other forms of communication as well. It's amazing. We still all have our mailboxes. Nobody wants to get rid of a mailbox. Next slide, please. But what does this ultimately result in, right? The outreach is the outreach, and we, continue to work forward. But what does that mean? Who are we actually serving, and are we actually getting our message out there? I would say the answer is yes. This is kind of combined information again from the dashboard. As of the end of September, we are providing almost 2,200 households free bottled water. It could be 2,200 by now, since this was done a couple of weeks ago. We also have the 7 fill stations and at least 2 or 3 more that are in process. And we are finding that people do use the fill stations. There's different opinions with respect to fill stations. Are those better for folks that are worried about current political environments? We find a combination that some people are more comfortable having water delivered to their home. We're finding others that are more comfortable being anonymous and knowing that they can go somewhere with their own bottle of water and fill it up. It just is an individual determination and decision from individuals as to what works best. So the fill stations have been concentrated in the southern part of the valley. As you'll learn from my friends with me here today, we have a couple of more in progress in the northern area, in the Turlock Modesto areas. Ms. Diadamo, in case you have a bottle of water you need to go fill up in Turlock, and other areas as well within the Kings. And so we'll be talking about that as well. And here's an example of the drop down that shows you the households receiving bottled water on a management zone by management zone basis, and it includes the priority 2 areas that are now online. Next slide, please. Ultimately, here's another different way to look at the metrics. This is basically gallons of water distributed and combining those that have come through fill stations. We obviously keep track of the amount of water coming through the fill station because we have to pay for it from the water purveyors. So we know how much the fill stations are being used, combined with the bottled water that's being delivered. And the management zones in this short time period have delivered almost 4 million gallons of water to households throughout the Central Valley, and we're very proud of this. Next slide. And if you ever want to go to the dashboard, here is a link just to show you, and we will continue to update the dashboard, expand its utility, and allow it to be used for a number of different components, but in large part to have it available for the public so people can go to see it and understand what's going on, as well as have contact information to the various management zones and their websites for those who may want to apply for receiving replacement water based upon the results of their well. Next slide, please. Here, trying to get to kind of some of the big picture understanding of where we're at with the domestic well status program. I have focused this on the priority 1 areas because it's a much more mature program being 3 or 4 years in. It didn't seem fair to kind of do a comparison here for priority 2s when it's only been going on for a couple of months. But we had been asked to kind of give an idea of, well, what are the number of estimated domestic wells and those that are impacted by nitrate, and how many are we touching, right? How many are we actually providing bottled water? And so the number here of total number of estimated domestic wells comes from the management zone implementation plans. Everybody has their different estimate. I believe the SAFER program has an estimate. The Corona report that the environmental justice advocates had a number of years ago had an estimate. We don't have a solid number, but I think all the estimates are within a range of each other. But this is the estimates that we had from the work that the consultants did when building the preliminary management zone proposals, as well as an estimate of those that are potentially impacted by elevated nitrate at the 7.5 or above. We also then compare that against the number of wells that we've actually tested within the management zone, and those that, once tested, have exceeded the nitrate standard. And these are those that have been tested solely through the management zone nitrate control program. This does not include those that have been tested through the irrigated lands program, which has a much higher number of wells that have been tested as well. And then we provide here the households receiving interim bottled water through the management zone programs. And the reason why you will notice that those receiving interim bottled water are often higher than those that exceed the nitrate standard, in particular, you can take Kings, is because we will rely on the test from other programs. We will allow somebody to use the irrigated lands program test that they did for compliance and bring it into the management zone. And instead of retesting the well, if we have a certified result from an ELAP certified laboratory, we will utilize it. So we do have more households we are providing interim bottled water to than test results. It also reflects that we are providing bottled water to state smalls and some small public water systems where others have already tested that well. And we've gone into the communities, and these ladies will help provide more information on that as well. But that's why the numbers do not match up perfectly. But if you take a percent of looking at interim bottled water for wells potentially impacted, again, this is a lawyer doing percentages, so it's not a perfect apples to apples comparison. But I think the percentages are really telling to show what the management zone programs are doing.
Vice Chair.
It's okay if I just ask
Yeah,
a question here rather than
please.
wait for the end because it's just a lot of information. So is there a way, I don't think this teases out, but is there a way that you could tease out those that have been contacted, they've responded, and they've rejected any assistance? Is there a way to tease out that group so that you could, I'm talking about people that want to be off the grid and don't want anybody to bother them. I just, one more qualifier here. If it's a disadvantaged community, I'm still concerned about those folks, but if it's not a disadvantaged community and someone says, I don't want to be involved in this at all, like disadvantage, and maybe they're concerned about the politics and all that, I think we should still be tracking those. This is probably asking for too much, but I just want to open up the conversation because overall the numbers, with each group, you're reducing the numbers so that when you're at the last column, it's not a terribly high percentage.
That's a really hard metric, and for a lot of reasons. One of them is, we contact everybody, right? If they've got a postal address, they have gotten a postcard. I would imagine that's most people. And if they're totally off the grid and don't have a, postal address, they, obviously we're at public events, we're at food banks, we're at churches, we're at WIC program offices. We are, getting everywhere. But we will get people that apply and then we never hear from them again. And it's really hard to know, right? We can get the application in and, these folks can tell you how much they will follow up, and we'll try to find out, well, do you need help with the, we might need a little more information, or do you need help? Do you need help contacting your landlord? What is the situation? And we will just have some people that, whether they move in the middle of it or they drop out and they don't respond. And most of the time, we have no idea why, right? I mean, and then, we've had some strange situations. We've even had where one person was in the program, receiving bottled water, and then threatened the bottled water driver with a gun to never show up on their property again. And we had to discontinue service because safety is far more important. I mean, there's just some weird things that happen out there. But we don't know all the time when, either why they didn't apply, or if they did apply, why they then didn't follow through and allow us to come test the well, or even if we got a well test, why they then didn't follow through and accept the bottled water delivery program. And I don't know that that's one that would be easy to find out or track. There's a lot of speculation that would go into it, I think.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Tess.
Next slide, please. This came out of our annual report, and we were asked kind of, well, what's the, when it comes to public water systems, what's the universe of public water systems with nitrate issues within the Central Valley? And so this is just to help provide that information as we currently have it. Obviously, that information changes constantly, as you all know, in the drinking water program. But in the priority 1 areas, it does give you kind of a snapshot for those that either have nitrate or nitrate plus in the various management zones. Obviously, some have more than others, but it gives you an idea of the public water systems. Many of these are already on your safer list and are identified projects that are receiving assistance to address either nitrate or nitrate plus another contaminant. Some of these things these folks will talk about specifically to give you an idea of where the management zones are helping to provide services for some of these areas, or for some of these systems, or those in some of these systems, and what are some of those projects that are going on. But this is just a snapshot in the priority ones, the level of public water systems that we are currently aware of with nitrate or nitrate plus. Next slide, please. I'm just going to provide a real quick overview of kind of what are some of the engagement that's happening, and then turn it over to these folks who can provide far more valuable information. When we were asked, what's the engagement with water systems and stakeholders? And there's a lot. The management zones are, meeting with every entity that they can think of that touches upon issues with respect to long-term drinking water solutions. One of them, LAFCOs, right? LAFCOs are very powerful entities, especially if we're talking about consolidations and bringing in different systems and trying to consolidate matters. You can't do it without going through a LAFCO. The environmental health departments in each county has a different program and different personalities, and you need to meet with all of them and get to the key people. Same with different, community services districts and public water systems that are responsible or have become the system with respect to providing drinking water. The Board of Supervisors and city councils and municipal councils, GSAs and special districts, right? We all know that California is not without its panoply of local agencies. And so we are meeting with all of those in order to determine, for a certain area, it's like, okay, this is Keys. What is the potential, projects for Keys, and how do we help, and where do we plug in, and who are the technical assistance providers that may already be working in the area? Is there not? Trying to figure all of that out, and we have been doing that. Next slide. Same goes with the community partners, specific entities in different areas, WIC offices. School districts are highly important because getting information to school-age kids is often the best way to get it to families. And so we are finding that that is a key component of getting information through the school system, and again, public health departments, and wherever else we can help provide environmental health, rural health clinics, another key area where we can provide information to get the word out to individuals about the need for well testing. Next slide. How do we engage with our residents? And we've already talked about this a little bit on the talking about the dashboard. We constantly send out the mailer contacts. We've sent almost 700,000 of them out in the life of the program today. Constant emails, email communication, probably a little less, direct, because some people have emails, some don't. Flyers and packets through, again, schools and through school-age children, in-person conversations and, tinting events at fairs, at baseball games, at homecomings, at, health fairs, you name it, food distribution centers, churches, and of course, TV, radio, social media, getting the word out. Again, trust building those relationships with those that are working with the disadvantaged communities. That often includes the food banks and churches and schools, and make sure that if the message, typically, if it comes through a trusted resource to individuals, it's far more trusted than if it's just a, blanket communication. We are then acting on any lead that we get. Applications are processed very quickly and efficiently to get the well test done, so we can try to get bottled water to the home if the home exceeds the nitrate standard as quickly as possible, and working collectively internally amongst the management zones and across other basins, water systems, and programs. One last slide for me, and then I'm going to, or two more. only one that matters. And then I'll pass it off. So just a quick update on where we're at on co-funding and coordination with SAFER program and other grants. And just to give you an idea that, for the Modesto Management Zone and Turlock Management Zone, which is part of the Valley Water Collaborative, as the priority 2 areas have come on board, that SAFER grant has been expanded. And so those priority 2 management zone areas started immediately with the co-contaminant testing, which is shared in cost with the SAFER program. And that is happening in Modesto, Turlock, Yolo, Delta Mendota, Madera, Merced, and East San Joaquin management zone areas. So a very, very large geographic area that's being supported with SAFER funding for contaminant testing and for ensuring safe drinking water. The Chowchilla Management Zone had worked through a Prop 1 grant that Madera County had in order to do co-contaminant testing early on in the program. The Kings Management Zone program has submitted their application for a SAFER grant, is working with your Division of Financial Assistance, and also has a Central Valley Community Foundation grant, which they'll talk about how that ties into the program, and has also submitted another grant application. Cahuilla and Tule both have SAFER approval. One of them actually has an executed agreement, one does not. Tule has been doing the co-contaminant testing for some time. Cahuilla is still waiting for an executed agreement. And then Tule will also be talking about another grant that they have for water security and how that ties into long-term solutions as well within the Tule Management Zone. And I think we already said this next slide. I think we can probably skip it because we've already said everything on it. And I'm anxious to get it over to Deborah.
Thank you, Tess. It's always a pleasure to follow you. It seems like I draw the short straw every single time. I don't know what it is. Deborah Dunn, Executive Officer for the Kings Water Alliance. Just so you have a geographic background of where we're located, we are the Priority 1 Kings Subbasin and the Priority 2 Tulare Lake Subbasin. So if you're looking at it geographically, that's counties of Fresno, Tulare, and Kings. As Tess mentioned, the outreach efforts continue for the management zones, and I will just breeze through this because she pretty much hit through all of it. You have some examples of postcards up there that we've sent, as well as some blog posts and testimonials from staff. We continue to, from folks that receive bottled water from our program. We continue to outreach to food banks, community resource fairs, health fairs, swap meets, home shows. Next slide, please. We also do monthly newsletters that provide details of where we will be, as well as where we've been and how many well tests we have completed, as well as additions to our bottled water program, emails, flyers, newsletters, blog posts, postcards. When we're sending out Priority 1 postcards, we're sending out over 25,000. And when we're sending out Priority 2 postcards, we're sending out over 6,000. Social media posts, as well as newspapers, radio, and television. I don't know how many times I've seen Perry on the television. I enjoy it each and every time that I do, though. So the management zones continue our outreach efforts for both our short-term drinking water solutions, and we have started doing community surveys and other outreach for our long-term drinking water solutions. Next slide, please. So one of the grant opportunities that came forth that the management zone applied for was the Sierra San Joaquin Jobs Initiative, which was launched by a Catalyst request for proposals to drive equitable growth, economic mobility, and environmental stewardship across the Central Valley. The Kings Water Alliance applied for this and received a $300,000 grant called the Ripple Effect Initiative, which is a community-driven effort focused on helping to ensure safe drinking water and a strong local water workforce for generations to come. Through this initiative, the KWA is mapping drinking water projects, drinking water jobs, as well as drinking water training programs across rural Fresno, Tulare, and Kings counties. The initiative is designed to identify and promote water-focused jobs with clear and rewarding career pathways, connect training and education programs with real workforce opportunities, close the knowledge gap in the water sector workforce created by the aging population and aging out of the workforce, support rural communities in shaping the future of their own water supply with an inventory of projects, jobs, and programs that match local needs. This ripple effect initiative will require collaboration and insight from various sectors, including education, job seekers, government, industry, and rural communities. Next slide, please. Geographically, if you look at our management zone on the map that is located on the left side of the screen, you will find our 350 well tests to date. The red areas and the orange areas are those that are nitrate impacted, red being eligible for bottled water deliveries. As you can see, nitrate is prevalent throughout our King Subbasin as well as into our Tulare Lake Subbasin as well. To date, of the 1,300 well tests that we've completed, we have an average of 41% of our wells testing above the safe drinking water standard for nitrates. And that is in the King Subbasin. In the Tulare Lake Subbasin, since the sampling began back in 2025, we've completed 50 well tests to date, and it is averaging 10% of wells above the safe drinking water standard. The map on the right shows the over 800 locations that we are delivering bottled water to. So you can see that the red areas have definitely have a connection from our analysis about where we're delivering bottled water. Next slide, please. We also operate 3 fill station locations, Kerman, Dinuba, and Hanford. As you can see from the graphic, a fill station is similar to a grocery store style kiosk. We clean the machines 3 to 5 times a week. We do bacteria tests at least once a month. They are available 24/7 to folks who are in need of safe drinking water. And as you can tell from the averages on the screen, we are averaging anywhere from 70 gallons per day up to 180 gallons a day. The Kerman fill station is really our workhorse in this program. It's located at the Kerman Community Center, and it averages consistently over 200 gallons a day. And so we do make sure that folks know about these fill stations, and we do make sure that they are cleaned and maintained for them. Next slide, please. For the rest of my presentation, I'm going to talk about Cutler. So the community of Cutler is located in Tulare County. It is located 5 miles east of Dinuba and 15 miles north of Visalia. So currently, the Kings Water Alliance is providing services, bottled water services, to the most vulnerable population of Cutler. Currently, it is a disadvantaged community with over 6,000 residents with approximately 1,200 water service connections. Next slide, please. Currently, Cutler PUD, the public water system in that area, has 2 compliance orders for well number 5, 123 TCP, as well as nitrate. And it's not as simple as just turning off well number 5 to get clean drinking water to folks. They cannot meet their maximum day demand without well number 5. The long-term solution, which is a new well and a blending tank, is anticipated to be completed in 2026. Additionally, the State Water Resources Control Board has encouraged consolidation of Cutler PUD with the Rosie PUD, which is located directly to the north. And in August of 2025, a draft voluntary consolidation agreement between Cutler and Rosie was submitted to the state board. Next slide, please. So the Kings Water Alliance has been working very hard in this area of our region, specifically trying to understand the current, past, and future issues and concerns of the region. And we've hosted and we've gone to various joint meetings and stakeholder meetings, including meetings with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Community Water Center, Cutler PUD, Division of Drinking Water, Division of Financial Assistance, We've also attended joint meetings of the Erosi Cutler consolidation efforts, Tulare County Regionalization Surface Water Project, where I actually met Board Member Firestone at one of those, as well as individual stakeholder meetings with Cutler PUD, the County of Tulare, Cutler Erosi Joint Unified School District, Alta Irrigation District, multiple meetings with the district engineer for Cutler and Erosi, as well as local consultant groups in the area. Next slide, please. We are currently offering bottled water services to the most vulnerable population of Cutler PUD, as defined as pregnant women and infants 1 and under. To date, the KWA has provided 700 flyers to Cutler PUD for distribution and mailed over 1,200 postcards to the community about the program. We've received 14 applications, 2 of which are eligible, so we are delivering bottled water to 2 households in Cutler PUD. As efforts continue, we have a fill station effort that is going on in Cutler, or sorry, in Erosi for a North Tulare County regional fill station. Currently, we have a verbal agreement with a gas station convenience store owner, and we are pending a written agreement. Hoping to get that this week or next. We've also applied for additional SAFER funds, a co-funding effort for bottled water services to the most vulnerable population and fill station efforts. I'm going to go ahead and pass the baton to Charlotte Scholl for the Kauai Water Foundation.
Thank you, Deborah. Chair and members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here with you in person today. My name is Charlotte Scholl, and I, along with our team at Four Creeks, manage the Kauai and Tule Basin Management Zones, known as the Tule Basin Water Foundation and the Kauai Water Foundation. Just for context, the Kauai and the Tule Management Zones make up the majority of Tulare County geographically, and also share most of the same staff, although they are 2 completely separate nonprofit organizations, unlike some of our other management zone friends who manage multiple basins under one administrative organization. So today I'll be highlighting some updates on work that we've done coordinating between public water systems and management zones and long-term solutions efforts, beginning in the north with the Kauai Water Foundation, or KWF. Lemon Cove was identified by KWF as an initial focus area in the management zone implementation plan, and the community of Lemon Cove is receiving support from KWF for short-term and long-term drinking water solutions due to their public water system failing out of compliance for nitrate contamination. There are 39 households totaling at least 94 residents receiving bottled water deliveries from KWF since 2021, and new applicants continue to enroll in our program. Next slide, please. For the long term, plans to upgrade the public water system are underway. The project was submitted to the State Water Resources Control Board's Division of Financial Assistance 5 years ago and remains under review with funding still pending. Engineering plans are approximately 90% complete, and design work for the School Street project continues. KWF has connected with Tulare County, Self-Help, and the engineering group working on the project to stay updated and connected to the work being done, and also to be able to inform residents about the work being done in their community. While there is a long-term solution in process, we're still working on targeted outreach in the interim and are always thinking of ways outside of the box for new outreach opportunities. We recently discovered a church that does food distribution events in Lemon Cove that we're planning to collaborate with as well to reach community members that might be in need of our services. The map on the right shows the most recent draft of the Lemon Cove improvement plans, and the map on the bottom shows Lemon Cove in relation to the Kauai management zone boundary. As you can see, Lemon Cove is in the northeast portion of the Kauai management zone. Next slide, please. In August 2023, Yokel Mutual Water Company received a compliance order from the Department of Drinking Water for exceeding the maximum contaminant level for nitrate in its only untreated well, which serves approximately 32 households. KWF, working with Yokel Mutual Water Company, administrator, offered bottled water deliveries. To date, 23 households totaling 76 residents are currently enrolled in our program. Next slide, please. After the submission of our MZIP, Yokel was designated an IFA by KWF to assist in seeking long-term solutions for Yokel. The community is currently pursuing long-term solutions by working on an income survey. The survey has been completed and submitted to determine whether Yokel qualifies as a disadvantaged community or severely disadvantaged community. The map on the right shows KWF bottled water deliveries to both Lemon Cove and Yokel. And KWF continues to coordinate with Self-Help in Tulare County on long-term solutions as Tulare County has been exploring funding a feasibility study for Yokel. Next slide, please. Next, moving south to the Tule Subbasin, I'd like to highlight a project that the Tule Basin Water Foundation has been involved in. The Tule Subbasin Community Water Security Project, which funded by a grant awarded to Tulare County, is intended to establish a sustainable water supply for selected communities within the subbasin. This project is most similar to a feasibility study and focuses on reducing reliance on groundwater by developing a central distribution system from the Bryant Kern Canal, beginning with a water treatment facility that could be expanded to serve additional communities. Next slide, please. So Tulare County contracted 4 Creeks and 633 Solutions to lead planning and design, with the Tule Basin Water Foundation contributing foundational data for the technical analysis and to aid in facilitating outreach. Our staff utilized a weighted decision matrix to prioritize community needs, and some of those factors included safer water quality rating, current water source, population, existing water treatment, groundwater level trends, existing funding opportunities, existing projects, density of domestic wells, and distance to the Bryant Kern Canal. And so out of that decision matrix yielded the communities determined from this analysis, which are Pixley, Poplar, Teviston, Tipton, and Woodville. You can see that map on your screen is a draft map for this project. To date, the project has completed community selection, developed initial design options, identified a preferred design, and conducted initial outreach. For the project design, our staff utilized a weighted decision matrix to prioritize design options and considered construction costs, operation and maintenance requirements, phased implementation, and simplicity and likelihood, as well as acquisitions and easement. Next steps for the project involve expanding our outreach to gather community feedback, exploring surface water supply options, and advancing detailed engineering design through this study. And then lastly, I want to note that as we work on long-term solutions in our management zones and IFAs, we have been conducting and soliciting community feedback through implementing our impacted resident stakeholder surveys. We promote this survey at outreach events and online at our free drinking water fill stations, and will next be targeting our existing bottled water recipients. We try to provide as much education and context to those filling out those surveys as when we solicit their feedback. And a few of those survey highlights include, do you know if your water has been tested for constituents? What is your preferred long-term solution? And what is the best support for addressing contamination issues? KWF has received 102 responses, and Tule Basin Water Foundation has received 74 responses. So although it is difficult to get people to complete the surveys, we do consider it an important part of this planning process. Thank you for your time today and allowing me to share with you.
You might need to turn the mic on. Apologies.
Oh, there we go. Hello, everyone, board and board chair and members of the board. My name is Maureen Thompson. I'm the operations director for Valley Water Collaborative, and I'm pleased to be here today to share some of the highlights of last year. This year, we took on the management of 5 Priority 2 basins: Yolo, Eastern San Joaquin, Delta Mendota, Merced, and Madera. In order to successfully do this work in each basin, as you can imagine, we had to increase staff. So we increased our outreach team and some other positions. We also develop strong partnerships and relationships with local organizations. They share our information with their communities, and we support their activities by attending their events. Tess mentioned a list of the different local organizations we have been in touch with, but I'll just offer some highlights. At all of the libraries in all of our basins, we gave them bookmarks with Valley Water Collaborative information, and we also provided posters that they put up in their libraries. Food distributions have been highly successful, and depending on how the food distribution is organized, we'll put flyers in each box, or if it's a drive up, we'll talk to each person in their car as they receive their box. Starting this month, we'll be working with Meals on Wheels, doing something similar. And if they have events for us to attend, we'll be there. We've been attending the West Modesto Community Collaborative events for years at this point, and we'll do the same with all of the other organizations. Otherwise, newspapers, postcards, and word of mouth have consistently been the #1 way people hear about the program. With that in mind, we reached out to the media, especially as we were launching the Priority 2 basins in February. We had 10 news outlets, mostly newspapers, with one TV spot on Univision doing a story on our launch of the Valley Water program in the Priority 2 basins. We continue to send postcards to all of the addresses in all of the basins, and we continue to distribute flyers at local businesses. But we've also developed 23 new outreach materials that answer common questions that we get, so it's written and they can take it home. We continue tabling events, but have focused on events that have been more successful. Flea markets, food distributions, and health fairs being some of them. And like I mentioned earlier, we've met with community organizations and leaders in all of the basins we track everything, so we can tell you exactly how many. 30 meetings with one-on-one meetings with 177 community leaders at those meetings. And then also with the MAC meetings that we attend, if there's residents that attend those events and we notice they're really community leaders, we'll reach out and meet with them as well. So really trying to reach every community leader in all of the basins. This has resulted in 584 total applications. And again, these numbers are specifically for the Priority 2 basins since February of 2026. So 584 total applicants, 408 wells tested, and 179 households receiving bottled water. Tess mentioned this, but it's important to note that we have had safer funding for all of the Priority 2 basins since the beginning. So all of the wells are tested for nitrate and co-contaminants. Next slide, please. Valley Water Collaborative has developed a relationship with the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, in which we support their consolidation project in South Merced. The consolidation project was identified by the Leadership Council, and they secured the safer funding for technical assistance. We will test the 33 domestic wells to help provide information demonstrating need, and we will collaborate on outreach, working together to develop clear messaging, and then sharing materials and staff time. And then, of course, as the project progresses, we will continue our support. Next slide, please. Pioneer Village is a mobile home park with a small water system in Modesto. We've been delivering bottled water to Pioneer Village since 2021, and we're currently working with the landowner to facilitate their compliance. Blending is on the table, but we're still unsure if this will work and if it's ideal, so we're working with our technical consultants and others about their particular situation. Next slide, please. Okay. So as we all know, a key component of our work to determine the appropriate long-term solution is to talk with the community. So we did start this work this year. This is just the beginning. There is much more work to be done in this area, of course. So we held community meetings in all of our initial focus areas to talk with them about long-term solutions. The meetings, of course, are in English and Spanish. We explained each option and facilitated a discussion to make sure they had all of their questions answered and they understood the options. Then we provided a survey to capture their thoughts. We also emailed this to all of our current bottled water recipients. So our target audience here, just to note, is current bottled water recipients. So we emailed all of the current bottled water recipients outside of the IFAs because we wanted their thoughts as well. The survey was accompanied in that case by a video. Everything is English and Spanish, so there is a separate video in English and a separate one in Spanish. And if we didn't know, that people have access to email, then we called them and we're able to describe some of this as well. So really trying to make sure that everyone had access to completing the survey. We had a 30% response rate with these efforts, which is pretty great considering I think the survey response average or normal is 10%. In any case, this again is really just the beginning, and this is just a way to capture some initial thoughts. Okay, so what were the results? We asked them about their satisfaction levels. So what was your satisfaction level with developing a public water or consolidation with a public water system, developing a small water system, or an RO unit? And then we were also just curious to see their thoughts on fill stations and bottled water. Half, in this case, you can see the results there, but half were very dissatisfied with consolidation with the public water system and small water system development. Next slide, please. And half were also very dissatisfied with the fill station. They were split with regard to RO units. So 25% were very dissatisfied, and then 29% were very satisfied. And then again, we were just curious about their thoughts on receiving bottled water, and people were satisfied with that. Next slide, please.
Can I ask just a clarifying question?
Yep.
When you say satisfied, is that has this already been done, or was this a question of what would you like to do?
It was future, hypothetical. If this were to happen, how do you feel about it? Yeah, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so then finally, what was most important when considering different options? And the list that we provided was low cost, easy to use, low maintenance, convenience, helps the environment, close to home, services the entire home, services a single faucet in my kitchen, and then there was an other option where they could specify other thoughts as well. But the top considerations were cost, ease of use, maintenance, and convenience. And again, I can't emphasize enough, this is really just the beginning of gathering this kind of information. Thank you very much for your time. Next slide. That was it. Next. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
I think we go back to the regional board now.
Well, just thank you all for those updates. I know there is an incredible amount of activity obviously going on, and do appreciate taking feedback from the last check-in and update here last year, and really engaging with environmental justice communities and coming up with those, to your point, shared outcomes and visions for this program. It definitely helps us then as we continue to try to understand how the program's going, and importantly, how we continue to improve. As has been noted, and we know, we have our Safe and Affordable Fund, the SAFER program, and it's out there, doing really great work with systems. And I think this, this work here when it comes to the nitrate components and water replacement is just at a really critical time when all of these efforts are really not unlike we just discussed with salinity and the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which here too is another component of the nitrate discussion and replacement water, but has accelerated, I feel, where we need to continue to go. And just again, appreciate the engagement with folks to try to figure out how we make sure we don't miss out on an opportunity ultimately to maximize what are, as we know, limited resources in this space with so much need. So just thank you all for those updates, and look to fellow board members that have questions on the nitrate program. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a second session. I mean, there's going to be
a panel.
I hate to say, but we're not quite done with the first. Yeah. There's a few more slides to present too.
Right. So I think this is a good opportunity to ask about the drinking water component, and then the next session slides that you all are providing is on the more on the management zone implementation plans. Is that right? Okay. So yeah, then I'll just well, first of all, I totally echo what the chair said is thank you for the work that has gone into this, and also for all the work, I think, taking feedback from the last update. And I know this is long and a lot of information, but I think it's extremely valuable. This is such an important program to the state and overlaps so much with both our drinking water and water quality programs that I just really appreciate it. And I guess I'll just also call out that I really appreciate slide 39 that has kind of the dashboard and helps give some of the numbers, because I think this is such a challenging problem. And I think we've gotten some good case studies and overview of the work the three management zones that presented are doing. But it's nice to understand what that means in terms of numbers as well. And so I'll also just want to acknowledge that there are thousands of people that have safe drinking water now because of this program that didn't before. And I think we should all feel really, really good about that. And I see lots of people in the audience that have made that happen. And the scale of the scale of impact in terms of the number of people with access to safe drinking water now, at least on an interim basis, and also that know whether their water is safe to drink. This program, between this and especially if you factor in the irrigated lands regulatory program, that scale is far beyond what we've been able to achieve from the other programs that the board has been doing. And I think it's a reflection of the importance of regulatory programs and the cooperative work that's gone on when having a clear common goal. So I think we should acknowledge and celebrate that, even though, there's a lot more to do. I would love, I'd always love to dig in more. I think one of you helped highlight a lot of the challenges with working with vulnerable populations and trying to especially work with folks that aren't connected to public water systems, that, are in rural areas, and there's a lot of trust and information factors. I do feel like Valley Water Collaborative in particular, you were one of the first entities that scaled up and has been working on this, and there's just a ton of learning. And I know in past years as well as this year, you've presented a lot of that reflection and learning. And I'm interested in how we are taking those lessons learned. Of course, every individual is a snowflake and every management zone is different, but there's really great lessons learned on what's working and what doesn't, and how to reach people most cost effectively, and really find that penetration of outcomes. Like, are we getting people to get the assistance that they need effectively? So can you just speak to maybe between the management zones, and especially, I know the Valley Water Collaborative is providing services now for priority 2 areas, but there's lots of management zones that you're not working with, that there's other providers, and how are you sharing kind of best practices amongst the management zones in terms of outreach and engagement and interim testing and interim solutions?
I can do one piece of that answer, but I can tell you that on a monthly basis, the outreach teams for all of our management zones meet and talk exactly about what you're mentioning, which is what's working, what's not, how can we collaborate, what can we do better. So those outreach management meetings on a very regular basis have, I think, been really impactful for all of our management zones.
Yeah, and as Maureen said, they meet. They don't even invite me, right? Because I don't do outreach. They meet all the time without me, which is a really good thing. But they sometimes will meet in person, and also have reached out and working with Community Water Center and Leadership Council and sharing and learning from others as well. and hiring the right consultants that do a lot of this outreach work. I know down in Thule and Kauai, there's a couple of different consultants that I believe you guys have relied on over time that have a lot of expertise. And so not just learning amongst ourselves, but learning from consultants and others that do this, including the technical assistance providers, counties, and environmental justice advocate organizations as well.
And just to add to that, we've had, between Kauai and Thule, we've had a monthly meeting with Community Water Center where we share a lot of outreach, what's worked, what hasn't. So we meet with our fellow management zones, but we've also been meeting with them, and they've helped, they've sent us referrals, and they've shared with us outreach tactics that have worked for them as well. So we meet with each other, but then also with them to assist in that outreach.
Thanks. And then I know there's a lot to get through. So one other question maybe on this topic is just, I know there was one of the issues you talked about is we've got tenants and landlords, and there was recent legislation that created more obligation on landlords to provide for testing. And is there anything, I know that's something that our team at the Water Board, both in terms of enforcement and our Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs, is working on. But just can you speak at all to sort of how either you're incorporating that already or ways that could be helpful in getting some of the participation that we're all seeking?
What we've done is, we still kind of have to have some landowner acknowledgement, because once we test the well, the data becomes public, right? So we have this additional step. And so we haven't taken away the landowner acknowledgement component, but we have changed like the application for when somebody fills it out, and basically to notify the landowner that you can't say no. Right, so trying to incorporate the language from the legislation into the outreach materials, so the landowner, if there is a tenant and they contact the landowner, that the landowner knows that they can't say no. That doesn't mean there isn't still some challenges in that regard, right? You still have people that don't want to contact their landowner at all for a variety of reasons, and so we do the best that we can in trying to convey, and we don't always know when an application doesn't follow through. Is it because of the landlord-tenant relationship, or is it something unrelated? We typically don't have an idea as to why that has happened or not. So it still continues, I think, to be a challenge, but we have tried to incorporate that into the outreach materials to make sure that landowners know that they have an obligation to allow the tenant to have the well tested or to receive the bottled water.
Thank you for that. And thank you, board member. Really appreciate the line of questioning. All right, I think we can move on to the MZIPs.
Okay, circling back to the management zone implementation plans. Again, some history. Back in November 2023, the Central Valley Water Board found the Priority 1 Management Zone implementation plans to be complete and held a public workshop. The MZIPs were also available for public comment in November and December of 2023. Additionally, an information hearing on the MZIPs was held at the April 2024 Central Valley Water Board meeting, where the board received comments regarding the MZIPs and nitrate control program in general. And the MZIPs are not self-implementing, which requires the Central Valley Water Board to take a permitting action and approve an exception from the nitrate water quality objective. The regional board will use the MZIPs to inform permit requirements and revisions. Next slide. Oops, can you go back the slide really quick? The regional board approval of the MZIPs, approval of an exception, and adoption of enforceable permit conditions and milestones will involve a thorough public engagement process. Next slide, please. So the MZIP serves as an application for an exception to meeting the nitrate water quality objective, as and is required by the Central Valley Water Board to authorize an exception. An exception for nitrate will not be considered unless an adequate supply of clean, safe, reliable, and affordable drinking water is available to those who have been adversely affected by nitrate. The exceptions approval process will include a public notice of opportunity to comment and a notice of public hearing. As a part of the public review and hearing, the Central Valley Water Board will consider the length of the exceptions term and revise the length of term if appropriate. The Central Valley Water Board will confirm if the term is as short as practicable for each discharger or sector. The exceptions approval process also involves adoption of amendments to applicable waste discharge requirement orders that include enforceable permit conditions and milestones. Next slide, please. The Central Valley Water Board approval of the exception and adoption of a resolution starts the exception term and the timeline for implementation of nitrate reduction programs and associated milestones. It also starts the timeline to meeting milestones related to long-term drinking water solutions. The exception term generally shall not exceed 10 years. However, the Central Valley Water Board has the discretion to adopt an exception for up to 35 years for nitrate if the applicants can demonstrate that it is necessary to further achieve the goals of CV salts. The exceptions term will be reconsidered every 5 years, and an approved exception requires status reports every 5 years summarizing compliance. An exception term greater than 10 years requires submittals of 10-year reports that assess best management practices and available treatment technologies. The 5-year exception reviews will occur in a public hearing where the regional board may consider reducing compliance timelines depending on current and emerging nitrate mitigation technology and best management practices. Next slide, please. The Modesto Management Zone Implementation Plan is the first to be considered. We're currently developing a draft resolution to approve an exception for all dischargers that are active participants in the Modesto Management Zone and are considering the terms that have been proposed in the MZIP, which range from 10 to 35 years, depending on the sector of permitted discharges. As mentioned earlier, the exception will be reviewed every 5 years to evaluate if dischargers can employ treatment or control technologies to achieve compliance sooner. This resolution will amend all permits within the management zone and will contain enforceable requirements and milestones for nitrate reduction programs and drinking water program implementation. This will involve a public engagement process for review of the resolution, including the permit amendments, and it is expected that the regional board hearing and adoption will be in early 2026. And then a similar approval and permitting process for other management zones will follow. Again, this process will engage the public, advocates, the management zones, and permittees. Next slide, please. A trend analysis of nitrate in groundwater has not yet been conducted on a management zone scale. However, the MZIPs do propose a management zone level surveillance and monitoring program, or SAMP, to track attainment of nitrate reduction goals and long-term aquifer restoration. The SAMP will be included as enforceable permit terms once an exception resolution is adopted by the regional board. Data collection on nitrate loading will begin after that. Current efforts include the CV Salt SAMP led by the Central Valley Salinity Coalition in coordination with the Regional Board and State Water Board. The SAMP is a requirement by the Basin Plan Amendment, and a work plan was approved by the Central Valley Water Board in 2023. SAMP objectives include assessing the progress of CV salts at a regional scale and addressing salt and nitrate accumulation in groundwater and salinity concerns in surface water, and involves developing ambient groundwater quality determinations and trend analysis for total dissolved solids, electrical conductivity, and nitrate using data from existing monitoring programs. Permittee fees will be collected starting next year to support this effort, and the first groundwater assessment report is anticipated in 2031. Groundwater monitoring is currently being conducted under the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program using groundwater protection targets, and the same approach will be used by the management zones to evaluate nitrate loading trends. In addition, sector-specific monitoring is occurring under existing permit requirements. Next slide, please. As part of the sector-specific nitrate reductions that will be incorporated into permits, permittees will be required to collect data to characterize discharge impacts on groundwater quality. Management zone compliance assessment will be consistent with the existing approach for ILRP, which relies on the use of groundwater protection targets at a township scale. Using sector-specific data, the development and use of groundwater protection targets will be expanded to non-irrigated agriculture dischargers in the management zone. I'll note that the groundwater protection target approach for irrigated agriculture is undergoing a peer review that is analyzing the methodology. And this peer review could potentially result in recommendations for improvements that may address concerns with hotspots. If any improvements are made, these changes would influence compliance assessment under the nitrate control program. In addition to groundwater protection targets, multiple metrics will be considered, such as groundwater trend monitoring networks, CV salt SAMP, the nitrogen load monitoring, acceptable ranges of applied and removed nitrogen, and nitrogen management plans. Periodic assessment of groundwater quality and efficacy of nitrate reduction practices throughout the management zone is intended to identify existing and emerging hotspots where both geospatial and discharger-specific reductions may be considered. The Central Valley Water Board will engage the public and stakeholders when compliance metrics are determined and evaluated. Next slide, please. Just a brief update on enforcement for the program. Next slide. Starting with the salt control program, our most recent data indicate approximately 11% of permittees subject to the program are non-compliant. Non-compliant means that the permittee never selected a compliance pathway in response to the notice to comply or are not up to date on their P&O study fee payments. As you could see by this pie chart, majority of the non-compliant permittees fall within the non-15 program and confined animal facilities program. Next slide. For the nitrate control program, approximately 14% of active permittees are required to comply with the program are considered non-compliant. Out of the 271 non-compliant facilities, the majority fall within confined animal facilities, followed by the non-15 program. Next slide, please. The Confined Animal Facilities Program identified permittees that haven't responded to the initial notices to comply for both salt and nitrate control programs, and notices of violation were sent to these permittees in November and December of last year and February of this year. The numbers of NOV sent for each program are presented here in the table, and the Confined Animal Facilities Program is currently coordinating with the Office of Enforcement on next steps. Next slide, please. Compliance and enforcement staff continue to address permittees that have not yet responded to the initial notices to comply for the programs. Enforcement support was provided for enrollment and compliance with the CV Salts program, which included discussions of progressive enforcement for enrollees not making progress on compliance. Enforcement actions for the CV Salts program are prioritized for this fiscal year, and written enforcement communications to non-compliant permittees are in development. Next slide. I believe that wraps up our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you all for the comprehensive presentation here. I know we've gone a bit deep into the lunch hour. We still have another panel from our environmental justice folks, but looking to see, I know we were able to ask questions through the course of the panel, but looking to see if any board members have any further questions here for folks right now. Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. This is a really key moment, and there's so much going on that I just want to pull out the significance of this last presentation in terms of the process you have coming up this year at the Central Valley Board around. This is, as I see it, when you're taking. You're putting enforceable milestones into a permit around CV salts that make it enforceable in ways that it hasn't been. A lot of this up till now has been getting people enrolled in the program, starting up the drinking water interim, early action plan work, getting MZIPs and sort of capacity building of the program. And this is a really big deal to now decide how you're going to put in enforceable expectations into permits for all of the nitrogen dischargers, for the drinking water component, for groundwater nitrogen loading, and then reporting, I think, are the big components, right? And so I know we're lucky to have the chair and vice chair of the Central Valley Board here. I just want to emphasize how much we are wanting to help this program be successful in this step and how important this is. It's really, there's a lot going on, as you identified, in terms of we have our ag expert panel going on the irrigated lands program. We've got, as you mentioned, obviously there's the dairy petition. There's the peer review of the groundwater protection targets, so many, and our SAFER program, right? So there's so many different things, but this is where we can actually set enforceable milestones. And I really, both on the drinking water and on nitrogen loading, and I really want to figure out how we can help that be successful. I think we want it to be realistic, and we want to make sure that everyone is getting sufficient data to be able to make these meaningful, but also want them to be real. And so to me, success, I think, really is around outcomes. And are we seeing, whether it's drinking water, are we seeing people and systems getting safe drinking water that didn't have it? Are we seeing those timelines accelerated because we're all working together with management zones and SAFER and communities? And are we seeing nitrogen loading improving? And we haven't, I think up to this date, we haven't had those milestones to be able to measure that outcome. And so I really hope we can get that. I think everyone knows this space will be iterative. We will not solve everything immediately, but we also need to have adequate data and metrics that we can measure and see if we're having success. And I really hope that we get, it's so much easier within the regulatory context to be like, if you submit this report, if you do this process thing, that's compliance. But I just really want to encourage us, as you're setting milestones, to really focus on outcomes. If we can, and while still allowing for that flexibility to acknowledge that sometimes you can do your best and you won't get the outcomes that you want, right? But I think especially at this stage in the program, there's been a lot of investment in reports. It's easy to say, oh, we'll do a plan, to develop a plan, to do more planning. And I think we really need to shift to, let's measure outcomes, let's set goals, measure outcomes, and then adjust and acknowledge that there's good reasons why we may not achieve those outcomes. We don't want to create penalties that are punitive but we do want to make sure that the incentives are aligned to get, and the focus and investment is on the outcomes more than sort of consultant industrial complex, as I like to think of it, of sort of more reports and more plans. So that's kind of my big picture. I think that there's a lot of opportunity. It sounds like there's going to be a robust public process. There's a good dialogue happening with the management zones, the environmental justice groups, and staff. I do think, to the extent that there's on the nitrogen loading and what we haven't really focused on, but is still part of this program, is is restoration and how we're getting to sort of that long-term groundwater protection. I really look at Sigma and what we can learn from Sigma in terms of providing, making sure that we're providing oversight at whether it's at the Central Valley Board or if there's things that we can be doing in terms of lending you expertise from the state board. Our Sigma team has, I think, been really successful in providing technical review that support success of local plans. So the plans are the ones developing how are we, how do we best get there for our needs? But having that third party, regulatory technical review is really key to getting there. I know we're not all the way where we need to be we're not in the same place with Sigma as we are with CV salts, but I do think these, there are some components within even just this next exceptions policy in terms of what are the milestones of nitrogen loading that, I really hope there's good feedback and oversight and again, to try to help them be successful. When we're looking at this big timeline, up to 35 years from whenever it started, we won't ever get there if we're not figuring out and getting on track and measuring that now. And so I think we need to, this is a really important moment to shift from kind of the institution building, the document building, and shift to how are we really measuring impact and reviewing how to make that real. And that doesn't happen overnight, but really looking forward to supporting and working with the regional board and all of the stakeholders to helping to make this process successful. It's a challenging, really challenging issue. And I just think if it's not going to happen if we're all not working together to make it successful, and appreciate everyone's leadership on it.
Really appreciate that. Well said, board member, and agree that, really in a moment where, it is about, I think, and you had said, Mr. Paluba, getting into implementation is where the real work begins. And again, as I said, feel like we have these other processes that are somewhat maybe moving ahead and eclipsing the pace, to board members' point on, some of this work and acknowledging that it's important to plan, it's important to make sure we map that out, but we learn a lot through implementation and, have to be then also adapting and learn by actually doing a bit as well. So I appreciate all those points, board member. I don't know if any response from the panel a bit on any of it at this point, Mr. Paluba?
We're certainly hearing all of that. A lot remains to be done. We second this. Your Sigma team is great. I think Hannah's back there. She actually used to work on CV salts and now is working on the Sigma team. There's a couple other folks that have made that transition over the years. A lot of brain power. I think we're going to need every ounce of it as we move ahead with the program. And certainly the first stages of the requirements under the exception will require a synthesis of a lot of the information that is currently being collected and additional information for sectors that haven't been collecting that type of information. So we're on the doorstep of doing some big things.
Many, many thanks. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to thank the region and everyone for the update today, and just want to just thank you for highlighting just how we're moving forward, or how you are moving forward to implementation. And just want to say, while there are some pieces where you're still collecting data, synthesizing it, looking at technologies, as you stated, it still takes time to implement. And Executive Officer Paluba, you've mentioned it that there is urgency to move forward. And so I just want to just highlight that. And second, that we really do need to move forward with urgency and not allow the need for the additional information or synthesizing of that information to stop that urgency. Because while there's so many pieces to this puzzle and there's so many different actions that we can continue to move forward while we are still collecting some of the data, while we're still synthesizing some of it, because there's so many tracks that we can move parallel on parallel paths to make sure that when we are ready to put the technology in, the work has been done and we know, okay, here's the technology that needs to go into this area and we are ready to build it. So that we don't lose time on each of these tracks to where we are able to move forward. Because just as you stated today, it takes time for a construction project, for large infrastructure projects. And this is going to take multiple. It's not just a one project in one area of the Central Valley. It's multiple projects that are going to need to occur. And the same thing on the nitrate side. Having worked for the Central Valley Port, there are multiple permits that are going to need to take action. And so again, just making sure that you are keeping that in front of mind of the urgency that is needed behind this. And as you are moving forward, it's not a pause on, while there may be a pause on one item, there's always another road that can continue to move forward on, and making sure that urgency is always behind the up to 35 years, and that, just continuing to make progress. And so I really do appreciate today's presentation of really, hey, here's, a little bit of where you've come, but here's the implementation, and really getting down to how you're moving forward and those actions that you're taking. And you did speak to some of that urgency today, and just really how you're going to keep moving to make sure that you're not losing ground. So thank you.
Thank you, board member. Much appreciation. Okay, so it is 1:07. I don't want to take a lunch and break this, but let's go ahead and take a quick break and transition then to our next panel. And we'll just be going on a bit late, and apologize to folks for that. So let's just give ourselves 5 minutes just to transition the panel and have a break. And so here, at 11:12, we'll start back up. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the patience. Yeah, 1:12. All right, everyone, we're at 1:14. If we don't mind bringing ourselves back here, we can continue on. Appreciate the quick break for both our translators and ourselves, and want to hand things off. Really appreciate you all here. Appreciate this panel. Looking forward to further discussion.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Claiborne. Good to see you all, and thank you for having our panel on this very important topic. So the first thing to note, I think, is before I get into introductions, the reason we're here. So we work alongside communities and households that are impacted by unsafe drinking water. And we are and have engaged in this program because of access to drinking water and trying to realize the human right to access safe and affordable drinking water. In order to get there, we really need to implement this program effectively, all three components. So the drinking water early action plan and long-term solutions, the compliance portions of the program, along with restoration, which we'll talk about in turn. I think we want to highlight for each of those topics the good things that have happened so far and acknowledge, to Board Member Firestone's point, that we do have a lot more people who have access to safe drinking water that didn't before, and we should celebrate that. Acknowledge where there's still work to do. And then for a number of these points, I think we also have questions about kind of how to get there still. There's still work to be done in terms of policy development. So before we get into that, I'll introduce myself. My name is, oh, I already did. So I'll turn it to Tian.
Hi, Tian Tran with Community Water Center. I'm subbing in for Kaya Rivers, who's our nitrates lead, and pass it to Jennifer.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Clary, California Director, Clean Water Action.
And I'm told we'll also be joined by Miriam Sanchez and Maria Luisa Munoz as well, who should be on Zoom, is my understanding. So we'll turn it to them in a moment. We can go to the next slide, though. Okay, so an overview of our comments. We're going to start with comments from our community partners, then talk about the drinking water portions of the program, compliance, basin restoration, and then we have a summary of next steps. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so I don't know if Miriam or Maria Luis wants to start. And hopefully they're on the Zoom.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marisela Mares a la Torre. I'm with Community Water Center, and I'm here with María Luisa Muñoz. Estoy en el canal de español. Hablo en... Ok, voy a elegir español entonces, porque María Luisa va a hacer su comentario en español. ¿Puede seguir adelante? Ok, María Luisa.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Luisa Muñoz, soy de la comunidad de Baicelia y estoy aquí para pedir que si la Junta Estatal puede priorizar que se pida cuentas a los que están contaminando nuestras aguas y que sea algo inmediato, ya que nuestra salud está en riesgo y no únicamente soy yo, sino la comunidad que aquí realmente no se ha mencionado en su totalidad. Yo tomo agua de un sistema público, por lo tanto a mí no se me proveen botellas de agua, sino que yo las tengo que comprar. Y eso está generando otra clase de contaminantes y de enfermedades. El bill del agua también está muy caro. No tenemos un descuento, puesto que yo no tengo 70 años más para arriba. Hay áreas aquí cerquitas donde yo vivo en el noreste de Visalia, y mis vecinos tienen arriba del 57, que es como la quinta vez en lo que es el nitrato, lo que es alto el nitrato. Otra tiene el 22, lo cual se me hace algo inaudito. Y también el que se tenga que esperar 35 años para poder arreglar lo que es nitratos, se me hace que es algo que no debería de pasar. Eso se debe tomar acción ya inmediatamente y hacer valer los 10 años que están permitidos y no permitir que los 35 años se siga contaminando el agua. Visalia actualmente no tiene un problema grande en lo que es el agua, pero el agua es subterránea. Por lo tanto, todos los ranchos que están alrededor de Visalia, con el tiempo van a contaminar nuestras aguas. ¿Y qué es lo que vamos a hacer? ¿Vivir con agua embotellada? Aparte de que el bill está muy caro, aparte de que los billes para ir al médico son caros, ¿quién nos va a quitar una enfermedad a través de nitratos? ¿Los que contaminan? Los que contaminan van a tener 35 años para que esto se siga pasando. ¿Y las aguas cuándo las van a proteger? Esto es un derecho que tenemos todos como seres humanos. Seamos humanos por un ratito. Soy promotora comunitaria, por lo tanto, he oído que muchas personas tienen cánceres, tienen otro tipo de enfermedades, los cuales llegan al corazón, porque son nuestros compañeros, son nuestros familiares, es la comunidad que está sufriendo. Es una comunidad muy pobre. No hablo únicamente de Visalia, sino de mis comunidades que están alrededor en las cuales he trabajado, los cuales conozco de viva mano a las personas. Si la mesa estatal pudiera venir, aunque sea un día, y sentarse en esas comunidades y tomar tu agua como es SWRCB, les aseguro que no se la tomarían. Así se estuvieran muriendo de sed. Pero vengan, siéntense con ellos. Vengan, así como han venido en el pasado. Así como hemos hablado a través del Zoom. Vengan aquí. Tomen el agua que estamos tomando aquí. Miren de viva mano lo que pasa realmente. Porque eso ya tiene que parar. Son 35 años más que por debajo de la mesa se les va a permitir a los contaminadores seguir contaminando. Hagan un esfuerzo. El agua limpia es un derecho humano y no es un privilegio para los ricos. Si no es agua, el agua es para todos. Gracias.
Sí, bueno, quisiera cambiar a inglés porque Miriam tuvo que ir. Okay. Miriam Sanchez had a doctor's appointment, but she left a statement before she left, and I'd like to read her statement.
Yep, that would be more than fine, and very appreciative, so thank you.
Hello, my name is Miriam Sanchez. I'm from the small community of East Rose. I'm also a board member of the East Rose Community Services District. I came to join this meeting today to talk about the high levels of that we have in our small town. It has had a major impact since the early 2000s. We been fighting for our clean water, and we will continue to fight. We will fight for what's right, not just for our generation, but for future generations. Nobody wants nitrates in their water or any other kinds of chemicals. That will make them sick or cause future illnesses or cause birth defects in children. Some schools don't even have safe drinking water right now because of the high levels of nitrates in the water system. I have to remind my children that they can't drink that water. And they keep asking me why they can't drink the water. I have to tell them because the nitrates will make them feel sick in the future. That's why we drink water from bottled water. That we receive from the state, but sometimes it's not enough for the household. We have to go into town and pay to refill the 5-gallon jugs that we get every 2 weeks. Hopefully people from the agriculture can reduce the use of nitrates. So that our water system can have safer drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the point we want to make here, or one of the points we want to make here, is that this work needs to stay centered on why we're doing this work, and that's the communities and the households that are impacted by nitrate or potentially impacted by nitrate. Let's go to the next slide. So on this, I wanted to make the same 5 points that Ms. Dunham mentioned earlier. We've been meeting with the management zone and management zone representatives and staff since the beginning of the year. I think our first meetings were actually last year and then really started in earnest in February. And we've met more than a dozen times and a few things. So one, I think just the fact that we're talking is helpful. There's been a lot of learning that has gone both ways in those conversations around the management zone's efforts, along with the SAFER program and efforts on SIGMA and discussions around coordination. We have identified areas of agreement through that process. Like, for example, the role of management zones in our view is to accelerate solutions where the State Water Board is already providing technical assistance, planning, or construction funding. It's not to come in and take over funding necessarily, it's to fill gaps and accelerate solutions with more flexible funding. So that was one area of agreement that we identified. We've also identified areas of disagreement that need additional conversations. Like, for example, we all agree that some amount of ongoing funding is needed for households that install reverse osmosis through the CV Salts program. We haven't agreed on the length of time or how that assistance works. So there's additional conversations that need to happen there and on other points. We have, to Tessa's point, coordinated this year on SAFER renewal. That wasn't a large part of the conversations, that most of that coordination happened outside of those conversations. But we kicked off that coordination, I think, because of these conversations. And ultimately, that was a successful effort, thankfully. And we'll go to the next slide. And I think this is where I turn it to Tien.
So as Michael has shared, community partners and environmental justice advocates continue to show up, provide comments and recommendations because we want to see outcomes and solutions for nitrate impacted communities. On the screen here, we have the State Water Board's Aquifer Risk Map, which displays the potential risks for nitrate contamination per square mile section based on groundwater quality data. This map is not intended to predict or estimate the water quality at any given location, but it does show you the potential risks of nitrates in the San Joaquin Valley and where the general hotspots are. And when it comes to numbers, what that looks like is about, in the priority 1 management zones, 13,000 impacted domestic wells. And I think we have the opportunity here to use the best available data science and also regulatory tools to get those outcomes and solutions for impacted communities. Next slide, please. So as Michael and Tess have shared, we've been having ongoing conversations with management zones about how to improve outreach, how to come to discussions around interim solutions, and using that as a springboard to talk about long-term solutions. I think for us, seeing Valley Water Collaborative work with Leadership Council on the South Merced project was really cool to see. And then also, CWC, Kaya and our team continue to meet with management zones almost every month to check in and talk about outreach strategies and how we can learn from lessons around outreach and make sure that we're reaching the most impacted people. I think, we are very aware, because we also do community outreach, of the unique challenges when it comes to reaching the most vulnerable people. People are scared to answer their door right now. People are scared to provide information. People are scared to come to Sacramento and provide public comment. And so just in light of the reality that we're dealing with now, we recognize that we need to have creative solutions to reach folks that need bottled water, that need access to that kiosk. And we've talked about how we can adapt those outreach strategies, how we can work together and with other additional community-based groups on community outreach. There's also a lot of value in doing door-to-door. But we recognize that there's challenges with that and can also share our lessons learned with doing door-to-door outreach. Next slide, please. So I want to focus in on our work that's being done in Cutler and Rosie. We currently have a feasibility study to see how domestic well areas that you see in the colors there could potentially be interested in connecting with a Rosie and Cutler PUD. We, worked with King's Water Alliance and was really glad to see that we have a kiosk that's going to be set up in a Rosie, and that there's bottled water delivery focused on pregnant residents and children under 1 year old. But we recognize that vulnerable populations also include seniors, people with transportation needs, people with disabilities, and we want to make sure that they have access to water especially during the time it takes to set up a kiosk. That could be 3 to 9 months. We appreciate King's Water Alliance for working really diligently on that. And we continue to ask, for more targeted outreach and support for those vulnerable populations. And, we're going to continue to work with management zones to make sure that well testing and bottled water gets to residents. Just really appreciate the partnership and the dialogue, but I also want more outcomes. Next slide, please. So just in summary, we've talked about targeted outreach efforts and solutions. Michael shared how the role of management zones really is to accelerate solutions, and having those enforceable metrics, milestones, outcomes, expectations is really important so that we can see how management zones can use the best available data, the best available regulatory tools to get those outcomes for communities. And we are also, looking forward to seeing the draft of the exceptions policy, and we want to make sure that that exceptions policy includes interim and long-term solutions for all impacted water users. That includes domestic wells, state smalls, and public water systems. And then lastly, there's definitely a need to continue to discuss and coordinate on long-term solutions and what the role is for management zones in that space. And I'll pass it to Jennifer. Oh, just kidding, Michael.
Next slide, coming back to me. Okay, so I think the importance of the kind of interim and long-term drinking water components of this program can't be overstated. At the same time, mitigation efforts, replacement water efforts are never going to get to all the impacted households for a lot of reasons that have already been discussed, including that this is, at least for most households, I appreciate Board Member Firestone's point around AB 2454, that landlords are actually now required to participate in these programs where there's a rental unit. However, for other households, this is an optional program. There's no requirement that any household participate, and there are going to be some households that choose not to. Outreach is extraordinarily difficult. We hope to get up to around 50% participation in this program, but I don't think we're going to get a whole lot higher. I think we should try, but I think there are just some realities that this isn't going to reach everybody. So what do we do for the other drinking water users that are impacted by nitrate? And this is where compliance comes in, and restoration, like Jennifer's going to talk about here in a minute. So we're now at the point where there are management zone implementation plans that propose compliance schedules, that propose exceptions of 35 years for irrigated lands and for dairies, and that include milestones to kind of get to compliance over that time period. And we have a few kind of recommendations and points on these issues. So let's go to the next slide. So one point that I think was has been mentioned a couple times today is that although the 35-year time schedule is the limit, time schedules need to be as short as practicable for each category of dischargers. And we see it as a requirement for the management zones to really justify those time schedules, especially if they're asking for the full 35 years. In the management zone implementation plans, we really didn't see, at least in our view, justification that's as detailed as we would like to for that requested 35-year exception. So we're hoping that the regional board will ask for more justification if the management zones really feel like it's going to be a 35-year period to show that it's as short as practicable. Let's go to the next slide. And then really, there needs to be a focus on interim milestones, because no matter what the end compliance date is, we need to make progress throughout that period, and it needs to go as quickly as is feasible. It needs to be front-loaded because we think most of the progress is going to be fairly not easily achievable, but more easily achievable than the last 10 to 15% of compliance, which we see as probably very challenging. So these are the proposed milestones for irrigated agriculture and dairies in the management zone implementation plans. I believe this is taken from Turlock Modesto. You'll see the proposal is for 100% compliance with the A over R, acceptable A over R ratios for that crop by year 20. We think that can be accelerated given A over R ratios for crops are basically bringing outliers into alignment with their counterparts. And then 35 years for the percentage of townships that are meeting groundwater protection targets. I'll talk more about that in the next slide, but we think that can be accelerated as well. And then for dairies, I think actually a fairly ambitious target by year 10, which is in alignment with, or at least near alignment with the draft dairy order, which is a whole farm nitrogen balance for manure by year 10. That's going to take a lot of effort, and we think that's actually an appropriate milestone. But year 20, year 35 looks like more of a plan to make a plan, and we do think there needs to be kind of more effort on the front end there. Let's go to the next slide. So for exceptions, what we're looking for is, again, acceleration of these milestones. The first one I think is eminently achievable, and that's we think 100% of growers can get into that acceptable A/R range by year 5. That's really, so the A/R range is the 25th percentile to the 75th percentile for that crop. So it would be taking the upper 25 percentile and moving them into the range that all the other growers are already doing. We don't think that takes 20 years. So we're asking for that to be accelerated to 5. And then for groundwater protection targets, this one I think we acknowledge is a little bit more ambitious. We'd like that to be moved to 10, and that's for a couple of reasons. The kind of main one being that groundwater quality protection targets are on a township scale. And for dairies, what they're looking at is whole farm balance. The township level scale looks a little bit like that to us in that it's not individual compliance. It's not every individual grower is now not causing or contributing to pollution or nuisance because it's averaged across that scale, right? So that would mean that on a township scale, the growers in that township have gotten together and at least balanced out the amount of fertilizer that's being applied across that scale. And there's likely to still be hotspots remaining after that work is done. And that's, I think, the more difficult part of this is how do we address hotspots and individual compliance, which brings us to the next point, which is we think there needs to be an individual compliance metric for irrigated lands. That's not in the management zone implementation plans yet. I know there's some work on, or a lot of work on the expert panel looking at individual compliance metrics. So we may have more on that soon, but we do think that the exceptions policy needs to at least incorporate something on individual compliance on the kind of long-term scale. And then, as I noted, we don't criticize everything. I think the dairy whole farm balance in 10 years is achievable and ambitious, and that's what we want to see from goals and targets. And then we do think once we get more from the dairy order that we'll need to have a revision to make sure that it's consistent. Next slide. And I think that's to Jennifer.
Yep. So I get to talk about the easy one because no one talks about restoration for the whole 3 hours before you get here, which is unfortunate because the reason why our organizations got into this is because we knew that we couldn't keep up with the contamination and we needed to figure out how to stop it. So we really need, so first of all, we need to stop causing the problem and then we have to fix the problem. So we've been talking a lot about how to help people who are already impacted. And we've seen that as hard as the management zones are working, they've so far addressed less than 20% of potentially impacted wells. And I agree. I think they're doing a great job. I think it's just really tough. So how do we actually fix this? And it's not an easy question. My organization has worked on mercury for 30 years. And, that's another one that's going to take a long time. So let's start figuring out how we're going to do it. Next slide, please. So I think that our big problem with the plans, which are now 2 years old, is that they kind of have one line under restoration saying we're going to work with the GSAs. And I think after 2 years, we can get a little more detail. I was happy to see in the presentation that there's some work with GSAs around data. So I think that this is imminently doable. So what other strategies are management zones considering? Like, what does that work with GSAs mean? is there anything else you're looking at besides recharge? Is recharge the only way to resolve this? And then what does coordination look like? What is your relationship with the GSAs? How are you working together? I know GSAs are really hoping that management zones help them with a lot of their water quality objectives. So it sounds like there's some opportunities to help each other. So how is that working? I have to say that I've been working in the current groundwater basin, and it's really difficult to understand who's coordinating with who and how. So I'm sure they're doing it, and I'll find out eventually, but we'd like to really understand more in these basin plan amendments, in these management zone plans, how that's happening. Next slide, please. So just some ideas around interim milestones. The first interim milestone and the most important is compliance with water quality objectives. Because once you've done that, you'll have a pathway to continuing. Because it's not like you reach water quality objectives and just stop. You reach water quality objectives and you continue using those practices and you keep going. So what does that look like? As we implement this, what is that going to tell us about how far we can go and how long it will take using the path we've already chosen? And that's another reason why we want to front load as much as we can so it can start getting information and data on how this works. And then the next question is, if recharge is going to help us, what are those recharge projects and how are they implemented? What does it look like? And how does that contribute to the issue? And then the idea of other projects like pump and fertilize, pump and treat. And one thing that's a little disappointing, just thinking about, is the nutrient management plans that are submitted and the reports that are submitted don't really break out. I guess you could break it out, but they currently don't break out fertilizer in irrigation water, but that could give us a number about what we're actually reducing, what we're actually doing in terms of mathematical quantitative reduction of nitrate in groundwater. And that's just a little tiny thing, but that's information that's already collected. So maybe we could just collect it a little differently and get some better information. And then treatment of hotspots, just like, I mean, if we treat hotspots, you're basically taking the worst problems and making them better. So how do we make those hotspots into clean spots? That's going to help you get to your goal more quickly. Next slide, please. And then thinking about what coordination with GSAs worked. Well, I've read a few of these plans, only about 35. They love recharge projects. There are hundreds of recharge projects in these basins. The one thing that may be conflicting is they're, of course, looking at the highest yield. Whereas if you're looking at a water quality project, you're not necessarily looking at that. You're looking at projects proximate to areas of high nitrate. So how do you actually, this is why I want to understand how you're engaging with GSAs, is how are you talking to them and say, hey, we really think this project needs to move forward, and that's why we're going to contribute to getting this project done. So it seems to me that that's a really great area to work together and something that could be reported on. And so identifying those projects that are already in those plans and just working with the GSAs to identify work plan schedule and funding is a really straightforward step that can be taken in the short term. And then at 5-year intervals, just like you do with GSAs or GSPs, you report the status of your projects and how you're doing. And next slide, please, is you.
So just in terms of next steps, we're really looking forward to see the draft exceptions policy that is slated to be adopted sometime early spring 2026 or April. And we just want to clarify that the State Water Board should clarify expectations for those exceptions to include that drinking water solutions include public water systems, state smalls, and domestic wells, and that compliance milestones should be strengthened and accelerated so they are as short as practicable. I still can't say that word. And then tangible action on restoration in the next 5 years. I know it seems like these are very ambitious, but given the power and the amount of data that the State Water Board and Regional Water Board have, and also the regulatory, toolkit that they have, we see how this can become a reality. This is why we engage in Sigma. This is why we engage in SAFER and all the other nitrate programs, because we want to make sure that all communities in the San Joaquin Valley have access to safe, clean, and affordable drinking water. And I just really appreciate the board members for highlighting how critical and important this program is. And really, board member Morgan talked about, acting with urgency and moving forward. And I also want to wrap with thanking staff and the clerk and translation services, and of course to community partners who really have been at the forefront of this fight and will continue to show up and make sure that the State Water Board and Regional Water Board advance the human right to water. Thank you.
Thank you all incredibly. Thank you for helping synthesize community voices, but importantly, thanks for being partners through all the many years I know of work that has gone into the CV Salts program, the drinking water discussions, nitrate, and salinity challenges in the San Joaquin. It's because of many community voices out there, demanding action on these issues that we have a lot of the progress and have an incredible moment where there is a lot of willingness, a lot of recognition. And amongst the leadership, again, and it's because I'm looking at the chair and vice chair here, just really appreciate, again, the leadership at the Regional Water Quality Control Board and your attendance here at this discussion. It is really important. We know, a lot of this is here with the region, the decision making, but it's a continuum across all of us here, and it just means a lot to be able to have the space. And again, synthesizing the community voices here to help make sure that we continue to just, like we said here, maximize the opportunity we have with the program and its intersections with all the other funding and discussions that are going on. And so I appreciate the recommendations. Definitely feel they're reasonable amongst them. And just, again, appreciative of your voice here at this very important discussion. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have questions, comments for the panel. Board Member Firestone.
I know we're all eager to get blood sugar higher, but thank you. That was, I think, just a reflection of how much work has gone on in terms of listening to each other amongst all the different groups. And just, I really, the core recommendations that you all have really resonate with me and I think are reasonable. I think we, devil's always in the details of how do we get there in a way that's realistic and going to be successful and setting folks up for success. So I think there's a lot more discussion needed in the process ahead that the Central Valley Board has. And I just also appreciate the recognition that we can't just mitigate or bottle water our way out of this. We need to really tackle the source protection piece. And, the whole point of this program is acknowledgement that we need and want agriculture to exist, and we want people to be able to get safe drinking water, and we need to find a pathway forward. So I appreciate the dialogue and listening that's going on, the recognition of how hard it is, but also as Board Member Morgan said, the urgency and the need to keep forging ahead and looking for ways to accelerate things. So thanks everyone for just all the work. And I know this is a really long item, but it is so important. I think it hits so many pieces of our work, and appreciate all the work that's been highlighted today.
Appreciate that, Board Member. Definitely time well spent. And we do have about 3 commenters that you'll hear further from here. But Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. I don't actually have that much to add specifically other than to say thank you. I've been listening intently to the conversation, the suggestions. And first of all, I can't believe this is the 6th update. I've been here for each one of them. And what I have heard is an evolution in the dialogue and the coordination and the engagement on all levels, from your organizations to the discharger ag community and even the regional board. So I just want to share my appreciation and echo that, and also acknowledge the work ahead. And that I do feel the tension and that need to continue to maintain the momentum that's clearly being built up to provide interim and long-term drinking water solutions, and not lose that momentum here as things shift to also look at the long-term need to achieve water quality objectives. So it's really that balance and keeping the eye on both those balls at the same time that we all need to do going forward. And I'll look forward to hearing, I guess, later, maybe next year, the regional board's decision in terms of how to best address this, at least in this first few years. But I appreciate Chair and Vice Chair you, as well, you being here today and listening into the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Now I'd like to call up Bob Gore, be followed by William Van Beek, and then David Corey.
Good afternoon. There were 2 points made relevant to CV salts in Jason Sisney's, he's the chief budget consultant for the Assembly, his blog last night. The first is this. He cited the Schwarzenegger 2008-2010 state budget crisis as the worst ever, but I can tell you it fostered civility and compromise. People like Darrell Steinberg and John Laird would drop by my office and we'd get things done. Someone else who visited during that time was a person named Pamela Creedon. She had this program with a crazy acronym, CV SALT, and it was approved. So that's the first point. Let's implement in and with the spirit of collaboration. The second topic that came to mind was the wall of debt from the original budget crisis, and now it has returned. So the next 2 or 3 years for all of us are going to be fraught. It means working with less than no new money while there is a massive state fiscal restructuring. It's inevitable. It makes SRF, Prop 4, all the more finite and more precious. So the second point is this, and we've discussed this in the past. We need to convene a one-time drinking water and water infrastructure funding roundtable with all state and federal agencies who put money in the pot. Include GSAs, include CV salts, review and organize all funding, prioritize the drinking water and associated conveyance, recharge, recycling projects, and designate a project champion, and then go to work. A state employee I know well produced a groundbreaking ceremony last week, and she was asked, "Do you want gold shovels?" And she answered, "No, real shovels, real work." So I'd echo her words. Let's bring shovels and do real work. We need to implement. And I might close by saying I agree with Board Member Firestone and maybe end the consultant industrial complex. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gore. Much appreciation. Vice Chair.
Well, we are like way past lunch, but I did want to chime in as well to thank everybody. It just really struck me before we got started, the noise level in the room. And I think it's because people are talking to each other. And that's something that we have encouraged, and I really do, as my colleagues have already expressed, appreciate you all taking to heart the request to sit down and figure this out to the extent that you can. And so it's just extremely helpful to have more targeted discussions so that we can focus on the things that are the really tough decisions, as you all are committed to doing. And just thank you for that, just making our jobs easier. Also wanted to comment on the good discussions about bringing in SGMA, the analysis, the irrigated lands program, GSAs, GSPs, and all that you've done in that front as well. You've got a lot going on, and if it weren't for your leadership, we wouldn't be where we are today, because just any one GSA and GSP, as we know when we go out to those communities, it's super complicated. I've spoken with a lot of you one-on-one, receiving information about individual GSPs and knowing how much you are all digging down into the weeds. And that is, I think, allowing just greater communication and also more creative ideas to come forward. So thank you for that. And then the last piece, I guess, is expert panel. I know everyone in the room's following what's going on with the expert panel. I've heard many of you provide comments at the expert panel. Thank you for engaging in that process as well. And so I just really look forward to next year, hearing how this all can kind of meld together. I appreciate the recommendations coming from the NGO panel. And to the extent that we're not quite ready yet, hopefully the expert panel can, provide some additional guidance on that, I hope. So, and then lastly, thank you for your leadership, Chair and Vice Chair, for being committed to stick with us throughout the day, and look forward to seeing you all next year.
Here. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Okay, we'll now go to William Van Beek, and then our last commenter is David Corey. Mr. Van Beek, I know you were speak if necessary, and you are unmuted. Okay, so you're unmuted, Mr. Van Beek. We can't still hear you though. If you look on your platform next to the mute button, there's a small caret. If you click on that, you should be able to select another microphone. It may just be that you have a microphone selected that's not coming through, but you are unmuted at this point. And Mr. Van Beek, we're still not hearing you if you're speaking. We can circle back to you here if you're able to figure out your microphone issue. Again, if you click on that small icon, looks like you're now muted though, so we'll provide you an opportunity to unmute. There you are. Still can't hear you if you're speaking. Again, if you click on the small caret next to the mute button, you can select a different microphone. Maybe just try another. Not hearing you, Mr. Van Beek, and so looks like you're still having technical issue. We'll move over to our next speaker, and we'll come back to you to see if you've been able to resolve that. So apologies. And we'll go to David Corey.
I push a button here, or is this on? Okay, good to go. All right. Chair Escovel, members of the board, David Corey, Chair of the Central Valley Sunlight Coalition, also representing the San Joaquin Valley Drainage Authority with my ILRP hat on. I just want to express my appreciation for all the panel members who presented today, from the regional board to the management zone folks to the environmental justice community. It was an exceptionally good presentations across the board. I mean, civil, constructive, all the way around. It was a really good presentation, and I think worth all of our time that we went through this. So thank you for all of that. I do think a lot of that came directly out of the dialogue that we've been having recently. And that's really, I value that. And really, I think that's important moving forward. We still have some differences that we both pointed out, and we're going to have to work through those. There's a lot of nuance, a lot of difficult discussions, but we all have the same goal where we're trying to get to. One thing I want to point out is that all of these programs that we've talked about today, whether it's the Irrigated Lands Program, which we talk about tangentially in this, whether it's CV salts, whether it's SAFER, they're built on the backbone of the EJ community and the CV salts, ILRP community getting together in a room and having difficult discussions. And we've made enormous progress because of it. And so I thank this board for getting us back on track and having those discussions. And I think we're going to continue to make that progress. So I'm going to give us all a round of applause for the efforts we've been doing. So thank you on that. One thing with my ILRP hat, I want to point out that when it comes to addressing nitrates and getting growers to be more efficient in their nitrogen use, we're not waiting for the permits to be amended. We're continuing to work on that. We've been doing that for years, but we're accelerating that and working on whether it's acceptable ranges or meeting nitrogen values and targets. We're continuing to do that work while the permits get updated. So we're not waiting on any of that. We're continuing to make progress. And we know that moving forward, we need to show that progress and show the outcomes that you've talked about in order to continue to make this successful and be able to hopefully have the time that we need to have viable agriculture and clean drinking water for all our communities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. Your leadership has been a big part of this collective success as well. So, the applause and thanks goes to you as well amongst it. And agree, we have a lot to be proud of. I'm fortunate, I'm a member of the Western States Water Council, and so been able to go to Nebraska and Fargo, North Dakota, and other places throughout the state. And the challenge of nitrates and nutrients isn't, as we well know, unique unto us here. But what is unique, I feel, are the relationships and the discussions that, yes, there may not always be complete agreement, and that is more than fine. It's about how we proceed through those disagreements that really can be the measure of our success amongst us. And it is the right discussion here, and I'm always impressed by at least the tone, if not, as we know, the urgency, as Board Member Morgan rightfully said. So thank you. Really appreciate that, Mr.
Thank
Corey.
you all.
Mr. Chair, could I?
Yes, please,
I did
jump on
make a
in.
comment,
Yeah, of
but I
course.
just wanted to share a comment on behalf of Mr. Van Beek, who wasn't able to.
I appreciate that. If you don't mind introducing yourself.
Yeah, I'm JP Cataviella. I'm with the Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring Program. Mr. Van Beek is a dairyman in Tulare County who serves on the board of the Tule Basin Management Zone, if I've got that right. Okay. And he just wanted to, so I guess I would say on his behalf, and there are many farmers and dairymen and other permit holders who serve on nonprofit boards of directors and sit through a lot of meetings, stewarding the money and making sure the great staff that you heard from today have a paycheck and also, are getting guidance to do the job. And he just wanted to give his thanks to all the folks in this room that are working hard to solve this problem. And he's watched it both at the ground level, but he's watching it here, or listen to this hearing today, and he wanted to say thank you for that. So.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Cavallella, and of course your contributions in all of this, and thank you though for conveying Mr. Van Beek's here comments, and just thanks. Look forward to what I know are a lot of further discussion going on. So thank you. All right, that wraps our commenters. Looking quickly, just in case there's anything final from the dais, from our board members. Just thanks everyone incredibly. I know this item has gone long. It is more than worthwhile that it has. And we look forward to next year's update and all the work and discussion in the intervening time. So thank you, everyone. Much appreciation. And that wraps this update on the CV salts item. All right, we're quickly coming here to, thank you, yeah. I welcome the applause for sure. Thank you. Yeah, there is, again, an incredible amount to be proud of in this program. All right, it's bringing us here to the near conclusion of our board meeting. We just have board member reports. And so we can quickly get through the reports. I can start just so that we can go as soon as we can here. So on the 8th, I spoke at H2O Innovations webinar on water recycling, water reuse. It was a co-webinar with the American Manufacturing Association, and so was glad to have spoken at that. On the 15th, we had a recognition of the California Environmental Protection Agency's wildfire work with our staff. Sorry, folks, if you don't mind keeping it a little low, we're still going through our stuff. The Cal EPA wildfire recognition event, it was great to be able to recognize our team and our folks both at the LA Regional Board and here at the State Water Board for all their contributions and wildfire response that has gone on this year, especially for the LA wildfires. We had 125 individuals that I acknowledged, and so was glad to be able to read through those names as well as I could. On the 17th, I was in Orange County at Orange County Sanitation State of the District event. Was good to be where I called them the Silicon Valley of the wastewater industry. Really a lot of, I know, innovation that has gone on certainly at Orange County San, and are just great partners. Learned about their new PFAS removal and destruction technology that they're piloting. So just really glad to do that. And then lastly, just stopped by yesterday at the wastewater operator certification gathering. Our advisory committee just wanted to pop in, thank them for all the work that they're doing to help ensure that our wastewater operator certification program is working well. All right, those were my quick board member reports. Looking to other board colleagues.
I'll just mention that on October 8th, I started my day with flying down to San Diego, and I ended my day in Reading, where the following morning I joined Region 5 of going and taking a look at the headwaters of the Sacramento River. And Chief Deputy Director Ekdahl was there also, so that was a great day. I enjoyed going up and seeing the headwaters. It was a bright early day for me, but it's always great. It's amazing how long I've lived in California my entire life, but still just to be able to go and see different parts of California and be able to see different parts of water in California. It's still amazing how much there is still to be seen out there. So two great days of exploring Southern and Northern California.
Fantastic. Thank you, board member. Nothing from the vice chair. Nothing from
Nothing
board
here.
member Firestone. Nothing from
Nothing.
board member McGuire. Fantastic. That wraps up our board member reports. We don't have an executive director report today. We will go into closed session though after we take a very late lunch now at this point. Let's go. What do we want to just say 3 o'clock? That gives us about 50 minutes for lunch. We can try to go shorter, knowing that we have quite a bit to cover in closed session, but it's been a long day. Let's give ourselves 50 minutes perhaps, unless.
I'm good with shorter if everyone else is, but.
You want to do 45? Okay. Yeah, that works.
45.
35 minutes. Okay, we'll convene at 2:45 up at in room 2540. We will have closed session on Yuba County Water Agency. It will also be on Delta Conveyance Project and sites. So we'll go ahead and do closed session on those 3 items. I don't think I'm missing anything else. We will officially close out and adjourn once we're done with closed session. But for everyone else, we will see you here in 2 weeks. Our next board meeting will be November 4th and 5th. Until then, be safe, be well. Thank you for, I know what's gone on a little longer than we anticipated today, but very much worthwhile. So thanks, everyone. We'll see you then. And again, we'll be in closed session beginning 2:45 and 25:40.